Right, welcome ladies and gentlemen to Steamboat Springs, Colorado. We are ready for the second day of racing here. Today, the official University of Colorado Invitational, the Spencer James Nelson Memorial. Are excited for a great day of racing. Yesterday, an extra qualifying race for the NCAA Championships, which are happening here on the slopes of Steamboat Resort in Holliston Hill in March. And it was an exciting day of racing for sure. Today, as part of the Invitational, team scoring comes into play. Some additional stakes on the line for the competitors. It's a cloudy day here. After a beautiful sunshiny day yesterday, a little damp, a little bit of wind, a tailwind on the upper section of the course, then a side wind for the rest of the way down. Hopefully that doesn't last too long.
So let's try again with the clear from the bottom up.
But this is the day.
Start clear. The start is clear. I have bib A in the gate.
All right, we've got our forerunners in the gate. We're going to get ready to roll here. Carson Simison will be our first forerunner. Looking forward to a great day of racing here at the Spencer James Nelson Memorial, University of Colorado Invitational Giant Slalom. The men's race this morning, the women's race this afternoon. We're going to kick things off with our forerunner.
Bib A on.
Molly McTeague, our second forerunner.
Bib B on. We only have two forerunners.
Looking good there in the University of Colorado race bib there, Molly. Just saying.
One who's wearing the leader bib
Hint,
yellow.
hint. A junior racer with the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Carson and Molly both Winter Sports Club competitors. Testing the course today, our forerunners testing the track, making sure that it's running smoothly, making sure that our timing is up and working, and making sure that everybody on the hill is ready for the race ahead. This first run course set by Colorado Mountain College coach Scott Tanner, and it's going to be a tricky one. The light is flat this morning. The snow is outstanding, very firm, slick, and this course is really fast in sections, with a couple big swinging turns. This little piece of terrain in here will be interesting. Couple quick turns right there. And then this final turn as they go out of view actually could cause some challenges for her racers today, just as they go out of view. So that's going to be something to watch. As we get ready to go with our first racer in the gate, Leon Nikic. And without any further ado, we are ready and underway. Leon Nikic is on course, the Croatian. Leon third yesterday, wearing the yellow leader bib. Top giant slalom rank skier on the circuit right now. Crossing over the pick point is Nikic onto the lower section. Our first chance to see things down onto the lower section. Nikic putting together a good run.
Two on.
So swinging down there in that lower section is our second racer on course now. It's Cooper Cornelius from the University of Denver. Ohio was 6th in yesterday's race. See the turns get progressively rounder there, and then a little chicane right in here. Some quick tempo turns before the delay on this course set by Scott Tanner. Cornelius managing it, no problems.
3 on.
A good-looking run for Cornelius. Jean-Luc Bohème, our next racer on course. Bohème out yesterday. Today's going to be an important day for the Montana State racer from Switzerland. More at stake today, looking to score points for the team. Cornelius, our current leader in the finish,
4 on.
as Bohème makes his way approaching the finish line. A good-looking run for Jean-Luc Bohème. As he approaches the finish line, we'll look for his time. Philip Valquist, now on course, the University of Colorado racer. Bohème moving into second place, the Norwegian from the University of Colorado, Valquist.
Yeah, just there.
Didn't have a great day yesterday, but he had some great giant slalom races in Utah. He's going to be one to watch today.
On and I'll stop announcing.
From the University of Colorado Buffaloes. It's a strong run from Valquist today as he approaches the finish. Trey Seymour now on course. Trey, the local racer from the University of Denver. Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club alum. Steamboat, his hometown. In this, his home hill. Was 4th yesterday after skiing the fastest second run of the day. Made a strong move up through the field. Held the time before he eventually got bumped back into 4th place. Trey skiing well. Wants a cleaner first run today. Getting a little bit low. That turny, kind of slow feeling section right there across the flats. A little bit rounder and turnier than I expected, frankly, in the inspection in that part. But Trey skiing well still. Isaac Starset on course. Isaac from Montana State, the Norwegian, is Trey. Moves into second place.
Got a gate out.
Has the lead by 9/10 of a second at the moment as we look to get the live results on the screen here momentarily. But right now we're watching Isaac Starset from Montana State. Bobcat a little inside there on that gate. Looking to maintain a light touch on the snow. Mikkel Solbakken from the University of Utah now on course. Solbakken from Norway. On to the lower section. Star set into 5th. Solbakken, yesterday's race winner. Currently on course, Solbakken. Down another fast run here today. He was the first run leader and took that lead all the way to the finish yesterday. Solbakken approaching the finish. Up top, it's Jeremy Lagier. Lagier from Westminster College's Solbakken moves into second. Lagier. Skier approaching the finish. Oliver Parizet now on course. Oliver racing for the University of Utah. Agier into 3rd. Parizet now onto the lower section of All Out. Early into his turns right in there, pinching it off just a bit is Parizet. The snow, though, very forgiving today. It's absolutely perfect, firm, not slick. The athletes liking the response that they're getting from the skis today. See the line that they want to ski, as the course should hold up very well throughout the race today. Adrian Mindy Hunschammer from the University of Denver is on course. Perizet skiing into 9th place. It's Hunschammer. A good day for the University of Denver boys yesterday. 4th, 6th, and 8th. Strong showing. Talking with MR and Jonas, they were pleased. Hunschammer getting a little bit low, but it looks like he's carrying some good speed down across the flats. Couple gates to go for Hunschammer to the finish as we go to the top. And Sindre Michaelburst, the Norwegian, racing for the University of Utah. Michaelburst was 9th in yesterday's giant slalom. Sindre, and we're seeing that a little bit coming in early on that red gate there as the swing gets greater. Skiers really having to work these turns across the flats. Here at the bottom, Michaelburst, no big issues to speak of. As we go to the top, this Luis Gustav Fausa, and Fausa is hammering this upper section. Full attack mode for Fausa, the University of Colorado Buffalo, looking to have a good day. He was 5th yesterday. Can he move up higher today? Fausa giving this course zero respect. The most direct line we've seen so far from Fausa. This is a test for these athletes, this hill. Perfect conditions here to race today. The hill is in good shape, a little bit of terrain, but overall for having the field today, really no significant problems to speak of for the athletes. And that aggressive approach that we just saw from Fausa, I think, is the way that you got to emerge. And Fausa skiing into 2nd place after that run with a full-on aggressive approach. And the racers still in the start should take notice to that run. That's how it's done, ladies and gentlemen. So our current top 5 with 12 racers down. Trey Seymour sitting in the 5th position. Jeremy Lagier in 4th. Mikkel Solbach in yesterday's race winner in 3rd. Luis Gustav Fausa in 2nd. The University of Denver's Cooper Cornelius in that top spot with a time of 56:12. Some course repair after Fausa's run, and Loic Chablis will be our next competitor to go. Loic will be starting in 40 seconds. Loic, the Swiss skier from Westminster College, he was 2nd in yesterday's race. Great day yesterday. Up improved his start position as well with that great result yesterday, moving him up on the RMISA standings for seeding. So into the top 15 for Chablis. And Loic is on course. Getting thrown wide there. Them on that blue turn side of the upper pitch, the steepest section of the course there, where Loic got in some trouble. But I didn't see much momentum lost as Loic comes on to the 2nd pitch of this all-out race hill at Steamboat Ski Resort. See Loic really diving in on those gates in there. Little redirection of the skis at the top of the turn. A pretty aggressive approach like we saw from Fausa just before. Oh! And Loic a little twisted and he goes out. Doing a nice job to stay out of the red room there with the B-net. It's Jack Reich now on course. I think CU got the word on the radio, Reich charging like his teammate Fausa before him. Really putting the hammer down, Jack Reich. He's got lots of laps on the slopes of All Out. Former Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racer Jack Reich, racing for the University of Colorado Buffaloes right now. And Reich heading toward the finish. Raphael Lessard from the University of Utah, now on course up above. Lessard tight on the gates across the flats, the beach section we call it. And now onto the lower pitch for Lessard. This run looks good for Lessard. He's bringing the appropriate amount of attack. I feel like these racers are starting to unlock the key to speed on this course. Cooper Cornelius found it early. We've had some good runs as of late as Gustav Rosberg Vuelo tackles the upper section of the course. Vuelo racing for the University of Utah. The Norwegian now onto the lower pitch. Lessard, it was fast, into fourth place. So important to attack aggressively on this course. The conditions, snow conditions, are so perfect. Visibility not so great, but the track underneath is just fine. So the racers need to have the confidence that they can really go full gas and ski an aggressive line. Voello's had a smooth, clean run. Is Jamie Castleman from Montana State making his way down the upper section across the flats.
Hey, Peter, you
Vuelo into seventh. Castleman.
some wedges out. Some of the gates. Copy. Do you have any wedges, Scott?
Castleman looking solid, looking direct.
Stop
The
start.
Montana State Bobcat approaching the finish, leaving the start.
On course, 1-9 in the game.
Fast gear from yesterday. This is Christian Oliveira Sovic.
Put some drills on the course and just work their way
Sovic didn't have a great first run, but then a fantastic second run, held the lead for a long time, I think, until his teammate Trey Seymour came down. Trey eventually ending up in fourth. Sovic needs that sense of urgency on the first run, so he doesn't have to work from behind. He is a little bit behind on this lower section. But maintaining his momentum pretty well as he approaches the finish line. Doing some course repair up there as we wait for our next racer. It'll be Etienne Mazilier, University of Colorado Buffalo, finished 10th yesterday. Sovic into 10th at the finish down below. And Mazilier, the Canadian, meeting the starters' commands. So a quick review of the top five at the moment. We've got Jeremy Lagier from Westminster College, currently in 5th position. Raphael Lessard from the University of Utah in 4th. His teammate Mikkel Solbakken in 3rd. University of Colorado's Luis Gustav Fausa in 2nd. And Cooper Cornelius from the University of Denver, currently our leader in the finish. 0.7 of a second separate our top five. 17 racers, or 18 racers out of the gate, 17 finishers. So good finish ratio here in this morning's run. But these men doing some damage to the course, doing some damage to these gate panels. This first run course set by Colorado Mountain College coach Scott Tanner. And it's quick. And when we see a quick course like this, the racers are on the panels. When they're on the panels, we see the damage. Clear course for Etienne Mazilier. As he awaits the start command. For the start wand. And Mazilier pushing out of the gate. The University of Colorado Buffalo is on course. Mentioned earlier, Mazilier with a nice day yesterday. Getting into the top 10. Keep the good vibes going. It twisted and sideways there as Mazilier comes onto the lower pitch. But no mistakes really costing him time, getting thrown a little bit wide. His outside ski flying up in the air, coming out of that delay. So a few mistakes this run from Mazilier. Much margin for error. Is Tanner Perkins now on the upper section. Mazilier skis into 15th position. Tanner Perkins racing for Montana State. Tanner, the veteran, knows this hill well. He's logged a lot of FIS races on this all-out race trail. Getting thrown a little bit down there. We see him on a bit of a low line, Perkins. Clean tracking skis so important across the flats there to maintain speed as Willem Normenseth, the Norwegian from the University of Utah. Managing well through the upper section of the course. Perkins into 19th. It's Normenseth. Normenseth taking the direct line. You see everything working down the hill towards the finish line. This is good looking skiing for the Ute. Normenseth getting a little bit too inside. That's a mistake that'll cost him. Hard to get the momentum back in that section of the course. But overall, a solid-looking run for Normenseth to my eye. It's Ivor Cornelius Waldane, yes, on course. Yes, racing for the University of Nevada, Reno. One of the many Norwegian collegiate racers in the field today. Yes, always smooth with his style. Trent Pennington from Westminster College. He's on course. Run a little bit of a low line. Don't get too worried about a low line on this hill if it means that the skiers are sending it down the hill. Over skiing, typically one of the big mistakes you can make on this hill. We'll see how that plays out for Pennington as Jan Roner. University of Alaska, Anchorage Seawolf. Now past the coach's knoll and onto the lower pitch. Getting a little bit hung up there, bumped out low as he approaches the steep section on this lower pitch right in here. Some quick turns there in that chicane before the delay. Roner, the Austrian, for the University of Alaska, Anchorage, skiing aggressively. Approaching the finish. Now it's Matt Macaluso. Oh, getting a little bit twisted there as he comes across the flats and over the knoll by the coaches. Macaluso, Colorado Mountain College Eagle, this course set by his coach, Scott Tanner. Macaluso charging through these panels. Macaluso, a fearless skier, a fearless racer for the Flying Eagles. Looks like he's had a good solid run. Oh, and Jack Bowers from the University of Denver. You see his ski by the B-net on the left, and Jack Bowers over by the B-net on the right. Just as we were switching over, I didn't see what happened to Bowers, but that's a tough break, and the DU skier is out. Thomas Hoffman, his teammate from the University of Denver, pushing out of the start, and Hoffman is on course. What a day for the Hoffmans yesterday. Thomas on the upper section. The Australian, his brother, the only junior non-collegiate racer to get in the top 30 flip after the first run. Unfortunately, then went out on that second run. And Madison taking the win in the women's race. But right now, it's Thomas Hoffman, University of Denver Pioneers. That looked like a good run for Hoffman. Roman Frost, the German from Westminster College, on course. Skied well yesterday, made a good move up through the field, particularly in that first run. He's got a good feel for this all-out race hill, Roman Frost. Clean skiing for the German. Skier's really working across the flats. Benjamin Angerer on course right now, the Austrian racing for Westminster College. Getting a little bit early to the start of his turn up in there. We see a little snow spray at the top of the turn. Ski a direct line. Perhaps not the depth he needs to really lay those skis over and carve more of his turn. Angerer approaching the finish as we go up to the upper section. Always quick out of the start is Alejandro Puente Casillas. Racing for Westminster College, the Spaniard. See the difference in the last two Westminster racers, a little more depth to the turn for Puente Casillas. Or turn shape out away from the gate and then back underneath. Allows Puente Casillas to be a little bit cleaner with his turns. Puente Casillas had some trouble yesterday, went out, but a good solid first run today. Jules Barr is on course. Barr from France, racing for the University of Nevada, Reno. Oh, and in that same spot that we saw Jack Bowers go out earlier, Jules Bauer makes an early exit out. So that leaves us with Jaeger Groth Helbjerus. Toughest name in the race for me. Apologize, Jaeger. Norwegian skier racing for the University of Nevada, Reno.
Come on, Jacob.
So we move to a faster 30-second interval here. bit quicker, won't be able to quite catch as much of the skiers' runs from here through the end of the field. What a show it's been. Cooper Cornelius, our leader in the finish right now, is Jaeger from the University of Nevada, Reno, approaches the finish. I tell you what, conditions are absolutely perfect. Hill is holding up exquisitely. As we look back up the pitch, this is Jacob Dilling from the University of Colorado. Come on, Jacob. A tough day yesterday for the Buffalo, and you can see Jacob angry skiing, I would describe this. And he's keeping it down the hill. If he's not been too hard on his edges, this could be fast. Jaeger, before him fast into 13th and 14th. We look for the time for Dilling, and Dilling across into 21st. That's a better result than yesterday in that first run for the Colorado Buffalo. Henry Hayden on course right now, the Montana State Bobcat racing for Australia.
Yeah, I understand. But that's for the next 4 races, I think.
Hayden, good smooth skiing. Now it's the other Haldurus. It's Ingebrett from UNR, the Norwegian. His brother, one of the fastest times we've seen in some time, just a few racers ago. Can Ingebrett channel that into a fast run for himself? As he approaches the finish line, Harry Hoffman now on course. Talked about Harry just a bit ago, the Park City Ski and Snowboard Club racer. Had a great first run yesterday, went out in the second run. Little rounder line here for Hoffman, and really clean turns. And just as I say that, he gets a bit inside. That turn has given the athlete some problems right in there, and it's a momentum killer across the flats. See how it plays out in the final results for Hoffman as we look up the hill. This is Ulrich Rikus Danielson. Danielson racing for the University of Nevada, Reno. The Norwegian skiing for the UNR team, coached by Cam Smith. Danielson managing that turn that's caused a lot of athletes problems quite well. As Danielson approaches the finish, Chase Kelly breaks over the knoll. Chase from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. Junior racers in the field today. Great opportunity for these guys to race against the collegiate racers. I'm sure Chase has some collegiate or national team aspirations of his own. The 18-year-old has had some nice results this year. As tuck goes Kelly, a little bit inside right there going off the shortcut road. But Kelly keeps his momentum headed towards the finish. Dawson Yates now on course. Dawson racing for Montana State. A little bit early into that red, and it caused him to get low and a little sideways there. Yates pulling it together nicely, using that delay to recover. Montana State Bobcat. A couple mistakes, but nice recoveries. Philip Krota now on course. Philip from Colorado Mountain College, the Croatian. Colorado Mountain campus right here in downtown Steamboat Springs, overlooking Howelson Hill. Downtown Steamboat with views of this all-out race hill right outside the lunchroom. If I went to school there, I don't think I'd get anything done. I'd just be staring up at the hill. Oh, and Hunter Roach going out. Tough break for Hunter. Carson Hume now, his teammate from Vail on course up above. Hume, one of these talented 18-year-olds in our field today. The 2005 year of birth group, a very strong group in the Rocky Mountain Division. Carson running an aggressive line down here. Knows it takes full attack. Hume, can he get into the top 30, earn that good second run start position? As Thomas Menon skis onto the lower pitch. Hume into 29th. Thomas Menon spent a couple years with the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. He knows this hill well. Can he use that wisdom for speed here today? Good smooth run for Menon. Enzo Cianarelli now on course. Cianarelli racing for Montana or Westminster College. Cianarelli, a French skier. Smooth, fluid skier as he works from outside ski to outside ski. Cianarelli approaching the finish. Gunnar Barnwell. Past coaches Knoll. And on to the lower pitch of All Out. Gunnar, member of the Colorado Mountain College Flying Eagles. Some quick turns through that chicane section there for Barnwell. Getting inside the top 30, the goal for these skiers. Get a good start for the second run inside that flip. But I tell you what, after 45 skiers have gone down, hardly a dent in the snow. Perfect racing conditions here today for the University of Colorado Invitational Spencer James Nelson Memorial. Theodore Kim from Colorado Mountain College is on course. Kim putting down some nice turns, but a little bit rounder line. We've seen from some of the other competitors the level so high. If Theodore had it back, a little more aggressive approach would be what he would like. Into 33rd for Kim. Hunter Ide now on course. Hunter from the University of Alaska Anchorage. A very direct line for Hunter. He makes his way off the pitch now onto the seamy flats down here that has given the athlete some trouble. The turn swing. Course setter trying to control the speed over those final couple rolls. And it's making those athletes work for it. Caden Carruthers on course. Caden, the Canadian, racing for the University of Alaska Anchorage. The big crew that the Seawolves have brought down here to Steamboat. Important laps on this hill for any skier that has aspirations of competing in the NCAA Championships here on March 6th. And going down on the side is Carruthers. A really tough place to make that mistake. Just no way to get the momentum back after fully going down on the side for Carruthers. Ryan Herhusky on course. Ryan, a racer for the University of Nevada, Reno. See Herhusky working the skis through the turn. Gates to the finish for Herhusky. Andreas Unjum Smith, the Norwegian racing for the University of Nevada, Reno on course. There's a direct approach for Smith. Charging down the hill. Can he keep it clean? This is the kind of charge that this hill demands. Smith really getting after it. Will look for the time. Racers looking to get in the top 30 is Steamboat's Curtis Zani on course. Curtis, the 17-year-old racer from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club local. Nifty through that chicane, but just trying to bite off a little too much. He's talking about trying to ski more aggressively as his goal, but biting off a little bit too much than he could chew for Curtis Zani. As I try to chew my words here, Colin Kagan on course. Colin, postgraduate skier from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. He grew up in the program here. He's got lots of laps on the all-out racing hill. A fast day yesterday, and this looks like another good run for Kagan. He's always got a nice light touch on those skis. Looking run for Kagan to my eye. Bridger Harrison on course right now, the Westminster College racer. Ogden, Utah. Skier through and through, Bridger Harrison. Working those skis down across the flats and to the line goes Harrison. Marcus Stanley now on course. Stanley, the Loveland Ski Club racer. See the quiet upper body for Stanley. Very strong slalom skier. And that quiet upper body, such a critical trait for slalom skiing. Stanley with a good-looking run. Will Zerbay on course. Zerbay went out yesterday. Oh, getting thrown a little bit there through the quick chicane. That was an athletic recovery for Zerbay. Getting hung up a little low there again. Zerbay had been carrying some good speed, but that was a momentum killer across the flats for Zerbay. Stefan Brenwald, next competitor on course. Zerbay skiing into 37th position. I can't help but think off a little bit cleaner down there on the flats, he might have gotten inside the flip. That was some good skiing. Brenwald from the Park City Ski and Snowboard Club. Another one of these fast 18-year-olds on the hill today. God, what a strong group of them. Brenwald to the finish. Jake Morgan. Next competitor to go, Jake, up in the start. Course hold for some course repair. Jake, I was impressed with his skiing yesterday. Definitely making a move in the giant slalom is Morgan. As he waits for some course repair down low on the course. Gets ready to go up top. What a great opportunity for these junior racers here today, with conditions absolutely perfect. Challenge on the hill today is the flat light. We've got cloudy skies after a picture-perfect postcard day yesterday. Counting down our top 10, in 10th, we've got Christian Oliveira-Sovic from the University of Denver, Philip Valquist from CU in 9th, Gustav Rosberg-Vuelo from Utah in 8th, Jean-Luc Boehm. Vuelo and Boehm are both tied for 7th, Boehm from Montana State. Trey Seymour in 6th position from the University of Denver. Jeremy Lagier from Westminster College, currently in 5th. Rafael Sard in 4th. 3rd place, yesterday's race winner, Mikkel Solbakken from the University of Utah. CU's Luis Gustav Fausa in 2nd. And our top skier so far in this first run from the University of Denver, Cooper Cornelius. So we got a course hold at the top. Jake Morgan getting ready to go here at the Spencer James Nelson Memorial. We're thinking about Spencer today. I'm sure he's up in heaven watching over this race today. My absolute favorite University of Colorado Buffaloes. Passed away in a tragic climbing accident. Way too young. What a future Spencer had ahead of him. Jake Morgan's going to try to channel some of that great skiing that I wish we could have seen more of from Spencer as he's on course. The Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club racer. Solid skiing up top for Morgan. The attack down here, this is the maturity that Morgan has picked up in his skiing. He's really been coming on strong this year. Getting a little bit low there. That's a difficult turn and a critical spot. But overall, another strong run from the Aspen Valley skier. Chase Seymour now on course from the University of Colorado. Chase pleased with his second run yesterday. He made a move up. We're looking for Chase to put down a fast run today. Conditions are perfect. The opportunity to ski into the top 30. Get that early start position for second run is there. Chase been watching his twin brother Trey put down some fast runs. And Chase, I like how he's letting the skis run, skiing a little bit more aggressively, a little bit more freely. Chase down there to the finish. Will Cashmore now on course. Will racing for the University of Alaska Anchorage. The New Zealand skier dancing through those lower sections. Cashmore skied for Colorado Mountain College. He skied plenty of Scott Tanner courses. Cashmore keeping his hands forward. Driving towards the finish as we look back up the hill for Everett Dooley. Dooley went out yesterday. Colorado Mountain College racer, skied with the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club last year. Dooley knows this hill well. You know that he wants it badly here on his home hill. Skiing aggressively is Dooley. And Everett, a strong skier, making his way towards the finish. We await the time. William Anders Geldy, region from Rocky Mountain College. It's his way down the lower pitch of All Out. Outside ski thrown in the air, coming out of the delay, and I think that caused him a bit of bother as he approached what seems to be the most technical and difficult section down there following the delay, those first couple turns onto the flats. Seem pretty pivotal for the athletes. If they can ski cleanly through there, they maintain the momentum across the rest of the flats. Apollo Powell now, Colorado Mountain College. And these are the critical turns right in here for Apollo. He's kept his speed well through them, running a little bit of low line, but he's pretty clean. I think he kept his speed. That was a good run through that section for Powell. Caleb Unger from Big Sky is on course. Caleb, one of the most fun guys in the finish. Always a little celebration, especially when he gets down to the finish line of a speed event. Caleb Unger, Big Sky racer. Solid across that lower section. Unger toward the finish. Garrett Kush, another Colorado Mountain College racer. Owen Kirsch. A little trouble yesterday, a similar mistake, and today he's out again. Tough break for Kirsch. It's his teammate Isaac Mosen. way onto the lower pitch. Lots of Colorado Mountain College Flying Eagles in this race today. Scott Tanner doing a nice job with that program. Samuel McDermott, yet another Colorado Mountain College racer. The upper part of the lower pitch on the all-out race hill. Can a skier from back in the pack spark a run and move into the top 30? The course conditions are perfect, but the challenge is the racing, the density of competitors in this field. Such high quality at the top. While the course conditions allow for a skier to ski into that spot, the talent is so great. It's a tall order. Matthew Basson on course right now, the Canadian from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. One of the littlest guys on the hill, but Basson really some great technique, and this kid can really let him fly. Basson always fun to watch as he approaches the finish. Mauro Bamber, the Seawolf from the University of Alaska Anchorage on the low pitch. A little bit low there is Bamber. They allows the skiers to recover a bit. Now those difficult turns, Bamber's managed them well. Alaska Anchorage skier doing a nice job on the lower section. Mats Fondevik Syversen from Rocky Mountain College on course. The Norwegian. See, very straight above the gate, starting the turn early. To be aggressive for Syversen. The problem with that approach is not able to carve a clean turn. Syversen approaches the finish. Luke Dalton onto the upper part of the lower pitch. Dalton racing for Montana State. Seeing some energy from the turns of Dalton. This is a good-looking run back here at bib position 70. Can Luke make a move up through the field? A little bit of a bobble in that difficult section. You see the position compact, so difficult on those swingy turns in the flatter terrain to keep working the ski, keep momentum moving towards the finish. It's Gustav Dahlman, the Swede from Westminster College, makes his way down the lower section. Dalton, we look over at the time, moving from 70th into 40th, so a good move for Dalton. Fast times can still be had on this course. Dahlman skiing well towards the finish. Ian Hanrahan, our next competitor on course, the postgraduate skier from the Park City Ski and Snowboard Club. Dahlman moving into 37th position, so all of a sudden, some fast time showing up on the scoreboard as Hanrahan now makes his way on the lower section. A good, clean-looking run for Hanrahan so far. He's through that difficult turn well. Former Romark racer now doing his post-grad skiing at Park City. And Hanrahan looks to have had a good run. Jake Harwig on course. Jake, another Park City Ski and Snowboard Club racer. Hanrahan moving up into the top 50 as Farwig approaches the finish. Good solid run from Farwig. Stanley Andre now on course. Stanley from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. See Andre kind of redirecting those skis, finding the sweet spot in the turn, then pressuring the ski, trying to pressure the ski in the fall line, not do any work below the fall line for Andre. Clean run down there for Andre. Adam Rankler on course. Adam Swede racing for Rocky Mountain College. Good depth to the turn for Rankler. See the turn shape up above the gate allows him to ski a clean turn on those head skis. Rankler, the Swede, approaching the finish line. Will Uttendorfer, the Twin Cities native, racing with Colorado Mountain College, onto the lower pitch. Oh, Uttendorfer getting inside, getting bounced low in that position, and he knows it. Killing all of his speed towards the bottom. That was a costly mistake for Will Uttendorfer. Ford Hodgkins, Park City Ski and Snowboard Club racer on course. It was an easy drive here for those Park City skiers on Highway 40 to Steamboat. The trip home, maybe not so much, as we've got a snowstorm headed our way tomorrow. Ford Hodgkins. Great to see a big squad from Park City here at Steamboat for this University of Colorado Invitational. Cayman Beauregard now on course. Cayman. As we look for Cayman, not sure where he went. I'm afraid he might be out. So we'll go back to the top to his teammate Owen Wither. Owen Wither from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club.
Come on, Zach.
And in fact, it did not finish for Beauregard. I didn't see what happened. It was on the upper section of the course. But right now, Owen Wither from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club has been skiing since he could stand. In fact, knowing his parents, he might have been in ski boots before he could stand. Owen Wither, there's not a better skier on the mountain to ski with, a fine racer. But this guy is an all-around skier. He can...
Let's go, Felix. Come on.
You can see him on the Nordic jumps. A good-looking run for Wither. Zachary Bion on course right now, racing for Rocky Mountain College. Bion, former Buck Hill skier. The Twin Cities. Oh, and Bion getting low and late and out. Tough break for Zach Bion. Felix Besser is on course. Felix, the German, racing for Rocky Mountain College. Down to our final few racers here. Second run. Besser to the finish. Cade Lawton out of the start. Cade, his first ever university start, the first-year FIS racer from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Hill for Lawton. For pitch goes Cade. What an opportunity here today for Cade. His first year of FIS racing. To see how he stacks up against these great collegiate skiers. Just 16 years old. Cade having a fine season in his first year on the FIS circuit. And Cade toward the finish. Cole Contois, his teammate, another first-year FIS racer from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club on course. Cole, one of the hardest working guys in the business. When he's not ski racing, he's working to pay for his ski racing. Committed in the gym, committed on snow. Self going in this difficult and challenging sport of ski racing. Cole. Great to see him at the FIS level now. And for Cole, too, his first opportunity to compete in a collegiate FIS race. Contois making his way towards the finish. Cross for Cole. Safely through the finish, and that's going to wrap up our first run of racing here at the Spencer James Nelson Memorial University of Colorado Invitational. A great first run it was. We're setting up for some great excitement on that second run. Holding the lead throughout the rest of the race. Luis Gustav Fausa. Close behind in second. Yesterday's race winner, Mikkel Solbakken, in third. It's going to set things up for a really thrilling second run, which will kick off at 10:30 Mountain Time. That's 1 hour from now. Don't go far. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll be back for the men's second run at 10:30.
The Winter Sports Club is amazing. It is multi-sports, and it's the only club in the entire country that has as many winter sports as we're able to provide.
I feel like when you ask our kids about their life in Steamboat, their first thing they'll say is, we grew up in the Winter Sports Club.
It's sort of like a second family for me.
The Winter Sports Club, I think, was my upbringing.
I think Hallison and the Winter Sports Club is one of the best places in the world.
It was almost another parent to me. We spent every opportunity we had down at the Winter Sports Club and enjoyed every minute of it.
Coming here after school and being with your friends and your coaches, it's just an awesome experience.
Almost every huge lesson or experience or great moment that has changed them has happened through the Winter Sports Club.
You know, their notion of creating champions on and off the mountain really resonates with me, and I just think it's an incredible opportunity for the boys to be part of that.
There you go.
Every coach that I've ever worked with, you know, here at Winter Sports Club or see coaches on hill with these kids, from skiing to cross country to jumping to snowboarding coaches, every single one of them brings a large amount of passion and dedication to this sport.
And the culture that they become a part of, again, changes them. And whether or not they're winning or whether or not they want to be an Olympian, they can be the best version of themselves.
We're so fortunate in this town to have so many amazing people help raise these kids.
There's something to be said about growing up in a competitive environment and having the mentors that the SSWSC provided. And you know, I certainly don't think that I would have grown up to be the person that I am today without their influence on my life.
It's so unique and so special, and having seen great places in the world, there's nothing like this.
Really, the Winter Sports Club is appropriate for all kids. Every single kid can benefit from the Winter Sports Club.
Welcome everybody back to Steamboat Ski Resort for the second run of men's racing at the Spencer James Nelson Memorial University of Colorado Invitational FISU race. 83 racers out of the start in the first run, 74 finished, and we'll see them in this second run. So good finish ratio from that first run. Conditions on the hill still outstanding. Racers will be continuing with flat light again this second run. I was hoping we might see a few breaks in the clouds at some point today, but not happening yet. So flat light will be a bit of a challenge for the athletes here on the second run. It has died down. The temperature is pleasant, right around freezing. Snow conditions are outstanding. Exciting second run, just under 3 seconds separating our top 30. That'll run in reverse order. Benjamin Angerer from Westminster College kicking things out first. Special Spencer James Nelson Memorial event hosted by the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club for the University of Colorado. Race is held on the same slopes as the NCAA Championships coming up in just over a month. March 6th, we'll be here for the Giant Slalom. Can't wait for that event. The NCAA Championships held last here in Steamboat in 2018. The University of Denver took the title that year. They took the title in 2016 as well, when we hosted before that.
Start is clear.
And our forerunners are in the gate, getting ready to go for the second run of Giant Slalom for the men. The women will follow at 12:30. Right now it's run 2 for the men. Cooper Cornelius skiing the fastest first run from the University of Denver. Bausa and Solbakken behind him. So DU-CU Utah, our top 3 after the first run. Here's our first look at the second run, course set by Montana State coach Roger Bay. Swingy turns off the upper pitch down here. Course flattens out. Carson Simison, our first run forerunner. First forerunner of the gate. We take a look at the lower section of the course. Pretty consistent rhythm on this course. Some pretty big swingy turns. Technically challenging for our racers today. Flow and rhythm, and I think a good fair test, which is what we're looking for at a race of this level. No tricks. Just good, aggressive skiing will be required to be fast here in the second run. Our second forerunner on course. Trouble down there for Molly. Looks like maybe a little bit of extra train that side. The road is a little more pronounced. Right in there. That'll be something to watch as the race goes on. We prepare for our first racer, Benjamin Angerer. Westminster College has had strong showings here. Campus in Salt Lake City, Utah. An Angerer getting the 10-second countdown. And we are underway. Our first racer, Benjamin Angerer, on course. Getting a little bit low there is Angerer. toward the finish line. Anger, our first racer. At the pace, Ulrich Rikus Danielson now on course. Danielson from the University of Nevada has the fastest intermediate time. We've got intermediates this run to help us keep pace. Anger setting the pace down below. Danielson fast at the intermediate. The Norwegian from UNR. Smooth skiing down there on the lower section. See him getting thrown a little bit on that road down there. That'll be something to watch. As we go to Carson Hume up top from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Carson, the 18-year-old. Danielson into second place down below. Hume racing for Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Hume with the fastest intermediate time by a little over 1/10 of a second. As he moves onto the lower pitch. Hume running a low line down below. See how that plays out. Into the lead. Snowboard Club Vail racer taking advantage of that good early start position. Third fastest at the intermediate for Pennington.
From here on out, I'll announce every 10th.
Low line is Pennington, no problem over Shortcut Road. Back to the top we go for Ivor Cornelius, Walde Nace. Sir out of University of Nevada, Reno. Trent Pennington moving into the lead. 10ths of separation over Carson Hume. Nace, the second fastest intermediate time. He's in touch. Pennington with the lead at the finish. Jan Rohner leaves the start. Jan, the Austrian from the University of Alaska, Anchorage. Nace has moved into the lead at the finish. Rohner sixth fastest at the intermediate time, a little bit off the pace there after the upper pitch, getting a little bit low down to the bottom part of the course.
Stop start is confirmed. 2-0 is on course. 2-8 is held negated.
Is Rohner carrying the momentum? Rohner to the finish. Tanner Perkins making his way across the beach. And onto the lower pitch of All Out. Section of the course, Tanner Perkins right in here. Clean skiing for Perkins as he works his way off the pitch onto the flats into his tuck. Solid skiing for Perkins as he approaches the finish. And Perkins crossing into the lead. Fastest second run, Tanner Perkins. Good aggressive skiing for the Montana State Bobcat. He moves into the lead. Here's Roman Frost, the German skier, racing for Westminster College. And Frost pushing on course. Frost has had some solid skiing on this hill. This second run now of the first day of team scoring for the University of Colorado Invitational is where it really counts, though. And Frost, a little bit too direct and getting low as he comes across the flats. Now he's onto the lower pitch. It looks like Frost managed that well, but in the intermediate, he's sixth fastest So it certainly did cost him some. Room down here to make it back, but Frost continues to look a little bit behind the course. Now onto the flats. It's good, clean skiing for the German. Into his tuck. Gaining speed here. Frost over that final roll and approaching the finish. It's Jamie Castleman makes his way across the beach and past the coaches onto the lower section. Frost moving into third. Castleman sixth fastest at that intermediate. About 4/10 behind our fastest intermediate time there at the end of the beach, just before they start onto the lower pitch. Jamie Castleman from Montana State University. Gates flying by the wayside as he approaches the finish. Jacob Dilling now on the beach section on the upper pitch. Castleman across the line into fifth. Dilling onto the lower pitch. Third fastest at that intermediate time for Dilling. An opportunity for Dilling to make a move up through the field. This would be a good time for Dilling to shine. The University of Colorado Buffalo. And that was a mistake. Down there on the flats where it's tough to regain the momentum. Dilling on another bobble there over the final road. Those two mistakes could prove costly. As Dilling approaches the finish, we look to the time. And Dilling into second position. He had the speed, it was there for him, but a few mistakes down on the lower flats for Dilling puts him through the behind our current leader from Montana State, Tanner Perkins. The course certainly taking a beating. Our course crew out repairing some gates while William Normanseth from the University of Utah works to prepare for his run up top. A course hold for some course repair down below. Normanseth 20th in that first run. At 10 racers down. Our top three at the moment. Tanner Perkins with Montana State currently in the lead. Jacob Dilling from the University of Colorado in second. And it's Ivor Cornelius Walde-Ness from the University of Nevada, Reno, currently sitting in third position. So Normanseth awaits his turn. Cross-country skiers competing down valley at Howelson Hill. Today is freestyle, tomorrow classic, I believe. And then tomorrow night, we will be down at Howelson Hill for the slalom. Planning for an afternoon start for the first run of men and women. And then we'll wait for the evening and 6 o'clock under the lights, the scheduled start for the second run. Always a festive and great event under the lights at Howelson Hill. Wait, some course repair down at the bottom. We'll be back in just a moment. All right, that coursework is complete down below. Willem Normanseth from the University of Utah will be starting on our next interval. Normanseth, his first trip to Steamboat a couple years back, competing in the Holiday Classic. Decided to stick around and race the World Pro Ski Tour, and he found himself in the finals. So some good fond memories for Normanseth here at Steamboat Springs. As he charges down the upper pitch of the all-out race hill. Swingy turns on this course set by Roger Bay, coming onto the flats down there. Normanseth has handled it well. The lower pitch he comes. Aggressive approach. That's really steep section in there. Normanseth getting a little twisted. He's kept his momentum. Seth approaching the finish. He did have the fastest intermediate time, so I'm predicting a good finish for Normanseth. Into second position he goes as the University of Denver's Adrian Mindy Hunshammer. Lower pitch, he was fifth fastest at the intermediate, just a few tenths off. Hunshammer, part of the University of Denver Pioneers team that always seems to emerge at the NCAA Championships here in Steamboat, winning the last two. Oliver Perizet now on course from the University of Utah. Perizet makes his way onto the lower pitch. Hunshammer into the top spot. Perizet fast on that intermediate with third fastest time. So he's definitely on pace. Adrian Hunshammer, our current leader from the University of Denver. Here comes Oliver Perizet into his tuck on this lower section. It's an aggressive approach from Perizet. Perizet with some trouble down low as Hoffman makes his way onto the lower pitch. Perizet going out right near the finish. Hoffman from the University of Denver, the Aussie, on course. Looking for his tuck coming off the steepest part of the slope. Hoffman putting the hammer down. His teammate Hunshammer currently in the lead. Thomas Hoffman approaches the finish. And a good-looking run from Hoffman. It's Mazelier right now. Etienne from the University of Colorado Buffaloes on course. Hoffman skis into second. We've got DU 1 and 2 at the finish. The University of Colorado Buffalo looking to change things at the top of the leaderboard, though. Zellier skiing well. Strong turns coming off the pitch. Small mistake on that first run down here on the flats from Zellier cost him a few spots. With a clean run here, he should make a move up. That was nice over the shortcut road bump. Mazelier heading toward the finish. Sindra Michael Bust on course up above. Into first place is Mazelier. By a comfortable margin is Michael Bust from the University of Utah. Gets low coming off the pitch. A recovery from Michael Bust, but that was costly. He was third fastest at the intermediate, so he had speed from above. But that mistake will cost him down here on the flats. Can he keep enough going through the finish and break up our top three? Jaeger Halgebras is on course. Jaeger racing for the University of Nevada, Reno. Had a fantastic first run as Michael Bust moves into fourth place. A mistake on the lower pitch, costly for him. Jaeger, full attack mode. looking to take advantage. It was a great first run for Jaeger. Can he combine it with another? The Norwegian getting a little bit low coming off the pitch there. But I like the aggressive skiing. Oh, and a little leading inside. That is a costly spot for a mistake. Oh, and again going inside for Haldrajas.
Bib 1 wearing the yellow leader bib is in the start.
Tough to overcome those mistakes for the UNR skier. Jack Reich now on course, University of Colorado. Let's go, Jack. Jack knows this hill well. Trained at the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Used all out as his home GS hill. Charging hard is Jack. Clean runs here. Giving his body room a little bit off the panels. Good clean skiing. His teammate Mazelier currently in the lead. Can we put CU in 1 and 2? On Nikic wearing the yellow leader bib. Makes his way onto the lower pitch. It's Reich into 5th. Nikic, the Croatian, racing for the University of Alaska Anchorage. That yellow leader bib tells you that he's been skiing well on the RMISA circuit in the giant slalom. Down to the finish is Nikic, is Isaac Starset. Across the flats. Onto the pitch comes Starset. Nikic into the top spot. Starset 16th fastest at the intermediate time. So some work for Starset to do. Nikic, our leader in the finish. Christian Oliveira Sovic from the University of Denver now. Across the flats. Past the coaches onto the lower pitch. Starset into 3rd. Sovic 17th fastest at the intermediate and getting a little sideways there. Not the clean, crisp turns. Respect from Sovic, but now he's got it back. Down here onto the flats, trying to use the groove down there to push off of and accelerate through these turns on the lower flats. Sovic approaches the finish. It's Philip Wahlquist from the University of Colorado, across the flats and onto the lower pitch. Sovic into 6th. Wahlquist 9th fastest. That's in the hunt at the intermediate. Just a few tenths off. Nikic from the University of Alaska Anchorage in the lead down below. Wahlquist, the Buffalo, looking for a lead change right here. Teammate Mazelier in 2nd. Can we put 2 buffs in the podium spot right now? Here comes Wahlquist towards the finish. Boehm on the upper section of the course. Wahlquist into 3rd. Gianluca Boehm from Montana State now on course. Boehm, the Swiss racer, went out yesterday, which cost him that leader's bib that he shared with, with Nikic. He'd like to get it back. Little bobble there. Saw the skis getting bounced just a bit. He got pushed a little bit low. But it's been a good smooth run for Boehm as he approaches the finish. Gustav Rosberg Voello from the University of Utah across the flats onto the lower pitch. Boehm crossing in 7th. Voello 18th fastest at that intermediate time. He's in touch, but he's getting stuck on his tails down there in that turny section coming off the pitch. This course set by Montana State coach Roger Bay. A great course set, making these skiers work for it. Voello running direct, trying to make up some speed down here on the lower section. Moello heads towards the finish. Trey Seymour on the upper section. Trey Seymour, local Steamboat boy, a hometown favorite on this hill. And Trey's been skiing fast. Moello moves into third. Seymour letting those skis run. I like the skiing. Good clean. See him lay those skis over, tip him up on edge. Seymour was 8th fastest at the intermediate. That's in touch. This is within reach for Seymour. Can he move up a few more spots? 4th place in yesterday's race. Trey Seymour approaching the finish. A solid run. I'm looking for potential lead change down there as Jeremy Lagier across the flats and onto the lower pitch. And it's Trey Seymour into the lead. By 0.08 of a second, the University of Denver Pioneer takes the top spot at the moment. But right now it's Westminster College. Jeremy Lagier on course. Lagier 15th fastest at the intermediate. He's got a little bit of time, but he's got to make up with Seymour skiing a good clean run down in the finish in that top spot. Can Lagier pick up some time in this lower section? It's like good skiing. It's going to be close as Lagier approaches the finish. Lessard from the University of Utah skis across the upper flats and onto the lower pitch. Lagier into 6th. Lessard now onto the lower pitch. The University of Utah skier 24th fastest at the intermediate. So he's lost some time up above, and that cost him right there, getting a little pinched on that gate right at the steepest part of the hill. Couple mistakes. It was a perfect run for Seymour, I would say. Clean top to bottom. The mistakes from Lessard are probably going to keep him from the top spot at the moment. But can he score some good points for the University of Utah as we look to the time? His teammate Mikkel Solbakken leaving the start. It's Lessard into 4th. Mikkel Solbakken on course. Solbakken, yesterday's race winner from the University of Utah, the Norwegian skier. A wire-to-wire win yesterday, but today he's got to make up some time. At the intermediate, he's 19th fastest. That's not the fastest time. Solbakken's going to need to make up some time down here on the lower section. Trey Seymour skied it so well. Solbakken. A good solid run down below, and through the finish is Solbakken. To the time for Solbakken. 4th position. So we've got a hold on course right now. A little bit of course repair. 2 racers left with a chance. Our top 2 skiers from the first run. It's Luis Gustav Fausa and Cooper Cornelius, the last 2 men standing that have a reasonable chance to overtake our current leader in the finish, Trey Seymour. He's put down a fine run. Really exciting skiing. Our current top 5, as we have 2 skiers remaining. In 5th place from the University of Utah, Raphael Lessard. In 4th place from Utah, Mikkel Solbakken. Currently in 3rd position, Etienne Mazilier from the University of Colorado. Leon Nikic from the University of Alaska Anchorage, currently in 2nd. And Trey Seymour, Steamboat Springs local, University of Denver Pioneer, currently sitting in that top spot with 2 racers to go. All right, we've got the green light and a clean course. Luis Gustav Fausa will be our next competitor on course. Also waits for the start countdown. His first run so impressive with his aggressive approach. This hill, no respect. Absolutely throttling the gates, running a direct line. He kept it clean. Fast, Fausa, the University of Colorado Buffalo, looking to unseat the DU Pioneer at the top of the standings at the bottom right now. Fausa getting a little bit low coming off the pitch, but again, like his first run, it looks clean up top. Onto the lower pitch comes Fausa as he crosses the intermediate time. Fausa, a little bit off the pace on the intermediate. We'll see if that stands up. Getting a little bit low coming onto the lower section for Fausa. There have been some mistakes on this run for Fausa. Going to be enough. Trey Seymour with such a clean run. Cooper Cornelius now across the flats. He makes his way onto the lower section as we look to the time for Fausa, and into third goes the Buffalo. Tied with Mazzillier, 2 Buffaloes in the third spot at the moment is Cooper Cornelius, 10th fastest at the intermediate. That's on pace. That's keeping him ahead of Trey Seymour, his teammate in the lead at the bottom. So can Cornelius keep that lead through the lower section? It looks like a clean run down here for Cornelius. I see no mistakes, and with the margin Cornelius had, a good run for the DU racer. It looks like we're going to go 1-2 DU down at the finish. And yes, Cornelius crossing into first place. University of Denver taking the top 2 spots. Barnwell now on the lower section. 30-second intervals now, so they'll be coming rapid fire. The Colorado Mountain College Eagle Gunner Barnwell. The order when you run after the fastest skier from the first run is to make everybody on the side of the hill, including this commentator, wonder if the fastest racer's gone down yet. I'd say Barnwell skied well in comparison to those top skiers as his teammate Theodore Kim goes out. Brett Halgebras now on course up above from UNR. So Barnwell skis into 30th. Halgebras on course from Norway, the UNR racer, onto the lower pitch. What an exciting race we've had so far. Good skiing down there for Halgebras. His brother had that fast first run and then some mistakes on the second run, but looked clean for Engelbrecht to me. All right, up next now, carrying some freight into the lower pitch, it's Henry Hayden. Hayden, the Australian racer from Montana State, and he gets stuck out in the soft snow and thrown and off course. Tough break down there for Hayden. Thomas Menon on course. Menon with a good first run. 18-year-old racer. Did a couple years of training here at the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. He knows this hill well. Getting a little bit low there, but keeping his momentum moving down the hill. This is good skiing from Menon. Menon, his GS coming into form as he approaches the finish. It's going to be Gustav Delmalm behind him, racing for Westminster College. The Swede getting a little bit low there, but doing a nice job staying clean, no panic. Delmalm 29th at the intermediate, so he's moving up some spots. Midway point of the course at least, and it looks like a solid run down here for Dalmam as he gets thrown off the road there And a little bit low, Will Zerbay on course. Zerbay racing for Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. He gets thrown and launched a little bit. A wild ride for Zerbay. See a lot of rodeo here in Steamboat. Romick Rodeo Arena is where the cross-country events are happening right now for the Spencer James Nelson University of Colorado Invitational. And Zerbay doing a little rodeo of his own is Dawson Yates now from the Montana State University. Bobcat making his way down the lower pitch. He's handled it well. This course set by his coach, Roger Bay. And it looks like it's to Dawson Yates' liking. Good clean skiing down here for Yates. As he moves into his tuck and approaches the finish line. Andreas Unjum Smith, our next competitor on the lower pitch. Smith racing for the University of Nevada, Reno. The Norwegian skiing a direct line down here, tight on the gates. Smith was 29th up at the intermediate, so a good run up top for him. And I have no complaints with his skiing down below. Smith approaching the finish with a good looking run. Dalton on course right now, Luke. Racing for Montana State, getting a little inside and losing elevation up there is Dalton, but a nice recovery. Smith does move up some spots, 29th fastest on that second run. Dalton reaching the finish, sucking up that final roll nicely. And towards the finish he goes. Enzo Senerelli on course. Enzo, the French racer, racing for Westminster College. Good skiing for Enzo down here. Senerelli heads to the finish. Matt Macaluso approaches the steep section here on the lower pitch of the all-out race hill. Macaluso, it's always a wild ride. He's in full send mode, looking to make up some time. He wasn't pleased with his first run. He's working to tail the skis on this run. And at least down on the slower section, it looks fast. Colin Kagan now onto the top of the pitch. Kagan from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Part of the Winter Sports Club post-grad program. Kagan skiing nicely right now, coming into form. Accomplished golfer in the summertime, multi-sport athlete. It's great to see Kagan. Nice job over the shortcut road into the finish goes Kagan. Is Chase Kelly, 18-year-old out of the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club, makes his way down the hill. Kagan with a good move on that second run, moving up to 33rd. Chase Kelly from Aspen. You see the angles in Chase's skiing. That is the trademark Chase Kelly style down here. As he makes his way towards the finish line, Hunter Ide from the University of Alaska Anchorage makes his way onto the lower pitch. Seawolf looking to make a move on this second run. You can see the grooves down there, and Ide skiing kind of inside those grooves. Narrow stance for Ide, trying to aggressive line over that final roll and towards the finish for the Seawolf. Now racing for Colorado Mountain College, it's Samuel McDermott getting thrown up, twisted there a little low. But he's righted the ship as he comes onto the flats down here onto the Simi section of this all-out race trail. An outside ski bumping around just a little bit, but McDermott keeping everything moving down the hill towards the finish. A good looking run for the Colorado Mountain College racer. Ian Hanrahan now coming into view from the Park City Ski and Snowboard Club. Hanrahan having some nice races here in Steamboat. Getting bumped a little bit low there. We're starting to see the effects of a bit of chatter. The ski's bouncing around a little bit more. That's the challenge for these later running skiers. Looks like the course is getting a little bit more chewed up perhaps later this morning. It feels cool outside with the cloud cover, but the temperatures are warming. Not as cold last night. So just a little bit more of the course getting beat up. Well, it's still in really good condition. Jake Morgan now on course from Aspen. Which is the finish. It's Philip Croda next. Croda, Colorado Mountain College racer. Croatian. Turn on the hill. Tuck goes Croda. Gonna make another move here on this next run. Harry Hoffman now on course. He didn't quite find the form he had in the first run yesterday. Here today and getting a little bit late. Coming off the pitch in that section. Ozzy nice and smooth through that section on the seamy part of the race hill as we look back up the hill to Matthew Basson from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Matthew with his outside hand up high as he gets bucked out of the blue gate into that red, but a nice job through the final 3-4 gates on the pitch. Now he's got momentum onto the flats. Basson, perhaps the smallest guy in the field today, but his skiing isn't small. Basson, always fun to watch. A good-looking run down below for Matthew Basson. Ryan Herhusky on course. Herhusky racing for the University of Nevada, Reno. See him rolling those skis on edge with his knees and ankles, creating a strong platform over that edge that he can stand on and move through the turn. Herhusky putting on a clinic down on the lower section of this race course. Ford Hodgkins on the lower section, and Ford Hodgkins goes out, getting a little bit low down there, and that leaves Chase Seymour is our next competitor. Chase on the upper pitch, looking to put the hammer down. Regretting that he didn't ski a little more aggressively in that first run, but feeling the fuel of a great performance from his twin brother. Currently in second place down below, Chase. Looking to turn on the jets right now. His older brother, Jet, in Europe on the World Cup circuit. NCAA champion is Jet. A two-time U.S. national slalom champion, Chase Seymour. I like the skiing on that run from Chase. I think that's going to move him up a few spots as Adam Rankler from Rocky Mountain College makes his way onto the lower pitch. Rankler, the Swede, racing with Rocky Mountain College. Oh, in the back seat there, but maintains his balance, manages it over the shortcut road. I'm not sure what happened there to Apollo Powell. We'll go back to the top of the hill for Stefan Brenwald's run. Brenwald from the Park City Ski and Snowboard Club. And Brenwald. Good solid skiing there for Brenwald. Everett Dooley, our next racer on course. We're not sure where Dooley went. I think this is Isaac Mosen now on course. Colorado Mountain College racer. That is Motzen approaching the finish. Caden Carruthers, University of Alaska Anchorage racer, now on course. Canadian creating some nice angles there, and he gets inside a little bit. The danger when you're really laying the skis over. Don't have that lateral balance over him. That's what can happen, and out goes Carruthers. Stanley Andre on course. Stanley from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Andre nice and smooth. Not to overturn. The Ski and Snowboard Club Vail racer. Couple gates to the finish. Oh, some trouble there for Baumber, and he is out. Jake Farwig on course up above. Farwig from Park City Ski and Snowboard. As Farwig comes into view on the lower section. Oh, and trouble again. Jake Farwig goes out. All of a sudden, it's as if there's something in the atmosphere. Every once in a while, we'll be cruising along at a race and everything seems good. Out of nowhere, all of a sudden, a rash of DNFs, and that's what we've just had. We've got a course hold at the moment as we wait for Marcus Stanley at this top. Probably good. Let's kind of clean things up out here. Get those course gremlins out of there that are creating the problems. So we've got 9 racers left. Marcus Stanley being held in the start. Recapping while we've got this course hold. It was an impressive showing at the top of our field today, and a tightly stacked race. Some separation for our race winner, Cooper Cornelius, from the University of Denver. From his teammate in second, Trey Seymour. He moved up from 6th into 2nd. Leon Nikic moved from 12th in the first run into 3rd overall for the University of Alaska Anchorage. And then it went CU in a tie for 4th with Etienne Mizelier and Luis Gustave Fausa. In sixth, the University of Utah, represented by Michael Solbakken, another Ute, Rafael Lassard, in seventh, and another Ute, Gustav Rosberg-Voello, in eighth, tied with the University of Colorado's Philip Valquist, and Jeremy Lagier from Westminster College in 10th position, unofficially at the moment. So 2 ties in the top 10. Not something that you see often, but with the quality of field at this event, it's not such a big surprise. So the University of Denver has 2 in the top 10, the University of Colorado with 3, the University of Utah with 3, but the Pioneers with the top 2 spots, Hunshammer and Hoffman in 12th and 13th for the Pioneers. So that will help with their count as well. The women's race will follow here, 12:30. Their scheduled first run start, so don't go anywhere. Make sure you're tuned in at 12:30 Mountain Time for that. 2:15, the scheduled second run start time. So trouble spot down below, doing a little bit of course repair. Nine racers left to go. While we've got this break on the course, we at the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club would like to thank our gold level support partners for helping make these events happen. Starting with Steamboat Ski Resort Corporation, our host for the races here today. Absolutely perfect conditions. The Hill Crew Ski Patrol has done a great job in getting this venue prepared. The City of Steamboat Springs, Deer Park Road, Steamboat Radio, Native Excavating, Smart Wool, Steamboat Orthopedic and Spine Institute, Twin Enviro Services, UC Health, Steamboat Sotheby's International Realty, SBNY, and Colorado Event Rentals. A big thank you to all of those great gold level support partners for the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. All right, the word on course is that the course repair is complete. That means we've got the green light for Marcus Stanley, racing for the Loveland Ski Club. Start clock gives him the 10-second countdown. Those Comperdale poles over the wand and out of the start. Marcus Stanley, racing for the Loveland Ski Club. Stanley into his tuck. Across the flats comes Stanley onto the lower pitch. Stanley skied a good solid run. As he approaches the finish, Owen Wither from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club following him. Owen throwing the hammer down. His father, Scott, a fine University of Colorado Buffalo ski teamer. Love to see Owen, a future buff. First year FIS racer, just 16 years old. Owen skiing nicely, and our next competitor, Will Cashmore. We look for Will. And I think there's some trouble up there somewhere for him. It's Will Uttendorfer.
Yep.
Now on course. Colorado Mountain College racer.
Yep.
Uttendorfer getting pushed low, seeing that outside ski get bounced around. Conditions are a little bit difficult here.
Yeah. And what we'll
Course getting a bit more chewed up on this second run.
We'll create a walkway with trees, and then we'll use the other trees that we have to sort of just hide.
Uttendorfer down towards the finish.
So actually,
Syverson now our next racer on course. And Mods Fundevik Syverson racing for Rocky Mountain College. The Norwegian getting bounced really low there, losing all of his speed as he comes onto the flats. That was a significant mistake for Syverson. He's not going to be pleased about that. Try to generate some speed here out of these turns on the lower flats, but nearly impossible to do. So look back up the hill, William Anders Geldy on course. Little back seat there coming onto the flats, getting bounced around a little bit. And the skiers on the back part of their ski, those bumps are magnified. But staying athletic, Mel stays on course. Caleb Unger, our next competitor on course. Unger racing for Big Sky. Big Sky Ski Education Foundation. Unger looking strong down here on the lower section. These later runners, it's a tall order. Running this beat-up race course, poor visibility today with the flat light. And Unger doing a nice job to get himself to the finish. Cade Lawton, our next racer on course. Here comes Cade, a member of the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Cade, a first-year FIS racer, 16 years old. The Steamboat athlete looking to enjoying this opportunity on the home hill to compete against the nation's best collegiate skiers. Cade looking good. And down to the finish he comes, Cade. And down Felix Besser now on course. Besser from Rocky Mountain College, the German skier, our second to last racer here in this men's second run of giant slalom for the Spencer James Nelson Memorial University of Colorado Invitational. Besser now past the coach's knoll. Onto the lower pitch comes Besser. Getting thrown around a little bit, rotated there on that steep lower pitch is Besser, but he safely made his way now onto the seamy section of the lower pitch. Besser tight to the gates, using those bright green shin guard or arm guards to clear those poles away. And now our final racer of the day on course. This is Cole Contois for the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. The hardest working men in ski racing at just 16 years old, Cole. In his first year of FIS racing, getting his first opportunity to compete against the collegiate racers. Lower pitch now. Opportunity for Cole. A blue-collar ski racer. Works his tail off all summer long to raise money to feed his ski racing habit. Works hard in the gym and is improving every year. Cole Contois from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club, making his way down towards the finish here to wrap things up for the men's giant slalom of the University of Colorado Invitational. And that'll wrap things up for our first run women's start at 12:30 Mountain Time. So stay tuned, same time, same channel, 12:30 for that women's race. Congratulations to Cooper Cornelius from the University of Denver, taking the victory here unofficially. Trey Seymour from the University of Denver in second. Leon Nikic unofficially in third place. We'll be back at 12:30 for the women's first run. All right, welcome back, everybody. It's time for the women's giant slalom. Our forerunners are in the gate, getting ready to go. Carson Simison, our first forerunner, pushing out of the gate. It'll be our first look at this women's race course set by University of Nevada, Reno coach Cam Smith.
Copy, I'll get that down to you. Yeah, thank you.
Looks like a good rhythmic course set by Cam Smith.
Start, stop. The start is stopped. We have B on, C in the gate.
Well, if this women's race is anything like the men's, we are in for a treat.
Barry, we're just waiting for a ski patrol crossing. Okay, so let me know when ski patrol's crossed.
Little course hold down there for a crossing near the finish. This all-out race trail, starting at the top of Christie Peak, runs all the way down to the bottom of the resort. Trail crossing down there near the bottom where our patrol needs to get across from time to time. We need to delay the event for them to cross. Works well when it happens amidst the forerunners, more disruptive when it happens amidst the racers. It will only take a couple minutes for us here. Find things out for the women's giant slalom. Yesterday, a RMISA qualifier event for the NCAA Championships. Today, the official first day of the University of Colorado Invitational, the Spencer James Nelson Memorial. Today, the team standings matter. These athletes competing for both team and place for the all-important racers looking for the all-important opportunity to compete at the NCAA Championships. It'll be here in Steamboat Springs in March. We can't wait.
We have our last forerunner wearing bib B in the gate.
I believe this is Kaylee Goforth, our forerunner on course. We've got one more forerunner to go. Lachlan Brady will be our fourth and final forerunner.
D on.
Kaya Norby will be our first competitor. Is Lachlan Brady. Our final forerunner makes his way down the upper section. Racers from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club, forerunning, checking out the track. Here comes Lachlan. And I just got to say it, Lachlan looks awfully darn good with the University of Colorado across his chest there. And would love to see him a future Buffalo. Kaya Norby now in our start. She'll be our first racer from the University of Utah. Kaya fourth fastest in yesterday's race. Smacking those Swix pulls together over the start one as she prepares for her run, kicking things off, setting the pace. Kaya Norby is on course. We are underway with the first run of women's giant slalom here at the Spencer James Nelson Memorial. And we've got a Ute on course. Kaya nicely across the flats and onto the lower pitch. Norby will set the pace today. Full racing conditions, getting slid a little bit low. That was a little bit inside and a costly mistake for Norby. Down there into her tuck, trying to regain some speed onto the flats. University of Utah Ute. Approaching the finish, so a couple minor mistakes for Norby as she sets the pace up there. Sathering, third fastest in yesterday's event, wearing the yellow leader bib. Now onto the lower pitch. Norby across the line, setting the pace. Sathering just a little bit behind at our intermediate time. The Westminster College racer from Norway. Running a little bit of a low line, but looks to me like she's keeping it clean, carrying speed down there. Sathering with an aggressive approach. And back to the top, this is Sarah Rask from the University of Denver. Pioneers take both the women's and the men's races today. Rask, one that could be up to the task as Sathering moves into the lead down at the finish by a half second over Norby. Rask, the fastest intermediate time. And the Swede into her tuck. This is fluid, smooth skiing down on the lower section for Rask. The University of Denver Pioneer approaching the finish. And up top we've got Evelina Fredriksson, the Swede from Westminster College. She was 7th fastest in yesterday's giant slalom. Fredriksson now onto the lower pitches. Rask moves into the lead. Fredriksson 4th fastest at our intermediate time at the end of the flats before this second pitch.
5 on, and I'll go do announcing every 10.
Fredriksson from Westminster College into her tuck down below. Back to the top we go for Nora Brand from the University of Denver. German. Fast skiing up top as she breaks over onto the lower pitch. Fredriksson into 3rd at the bottom. Brand, 5th fastest at the intermediate time. Smooth, fluid skiing for Brand. Light touch on the edges, a little warmer today. Our temperature's in the upper 30s, so the snow is still firm, but a little bit more of a soft layer on top. Not quite the same response from the skis that the racers were used to from yesterday. Still really good racing conditions today for these competitors. Denise Dingsletter from the University of Colorado is on course. Brand through the finish into 5th. Dingsletter from the University of Colorado, the Austrian. Our first CU skier of the day so far. Her teammate Julia Toivonen will be up next. Really working those skis around these gates on the lower pitch of the all-out race hill is Dingsletter. Now onto the flats. Can she let him run? Letter, the Austrian, University of Colorado, approaching the finish. Julia Toivonen from Finland on the upper section, breaking over the pitch. Dingslitter across in 6th. Toivonen crosses our split timer in 4th.
Could you repeat that? I am still waiting for the.
Finish skier
I'm on the chair right now. I'll be right down.
back and forth, working her skis around those gates. This first run course set by Cam Smith from the University of Nevada, Reno. As Toivonen approaches the finish, we go back to the top. And it's Giulia Tintori,
Hey,
the Italian skier from Westminster College.
Yeah, can you bring 2 blue brushes down? We need to pull a gate.
Tintoria, 8th fastest at our intermediate split at the end of the upper flats. But nice rhythm and flow down here for Tintori. Nice clean skiing, a good direct, smooth line. Westminster College skier having a good run. As we look for Nicola Roundtree Williams from Colorado Mountain College up on the upper section. Roundtree Williams. Crossing our intermediate timer. Intermediate time it looks like. Sometimes they ski so fast through there they don't even trip the timing eye. Roundtree Williams having a good run down here from Colorado Mountain College. Back to the top we go. It's Elise Hitter from Westminster, the Swiss skier. Good smooth skiing across the beach section, across the upper flats. Roundtree Williams into the finish in 9th. Sarah Rask holding on to that top spot right now as we watch Elise Hitter from Westminster College on the lower pitch of all out. Well done for Hitter through those swingy, good rhythm, but technical round turns back and forth across the hill. Hit her into her tuck on the lower section and approaching the finish. Upper section, it's Justine La Montagne. Canadian racing for Montana State on course. Montagna registering the fastest intermediate time up there. It looks like fast skiing down here. La Montagna. Can she keep the momentum rolling towards our finish line? Good looking run for the Canadian as Ansley Profit now on the upper section. Racing for the University of Alaska Anchorage. La Montagna into 2nd position. Just 0.06 of a second behind our current leader, Sarah Rask from the University of Denver. Ansley Profit skied with the Colorado Mountain College team, now up with the University of Alaska Anchorage Seawolves. Ansley 9th fastest at the split. But I like the skiing down here, nice and fluid, smooth, as she works into her tuck. Approaching the finish is Profit. Vika Zatseva now on course. Vika 5th fastest at that intermediate, the junior skier. We apologize for some technical glitches up there on the video. Vika Zatseva making her way towards the finish. Out of the start, it's Lana Zaboznik. All right, now on course, it's Madison Hoffman from the University of Utah. The Australian, our fastest skier yesterday. She's quick up top. Start to the run for Hoffman. We're working to bring back our video on the lower section. We'll stick with the top at the moment. Hoffman looked good up top. Third fastest at the intermediate. Magdalena Luxak, second fastest in yesterday's race, pushing out of the start. Luxak onto the course. She's had a busy season on the World Cup this year, Luxak. Couple World Cup top 20s under her belt. She makes her way onto the lower section. Hoffman skiing into third. Sarah Rask holding on to the lead. Luxak fastest at the intermediate by a couple hundredths. So Luxak in good position from the University of Colorado. A strong looking run for the Buffalo. As she approaches the finish, we go back to the top for the run of Kyla Lafreniere from the University of Utah. Lafreniere running very direct. Her line on that upper section. Crossing into the lead by 0.3 of a second down below. Some trouble down below for Lafreniere. Ilva Tony Foxetti down below. Now on course, the Montana State Bobcat. Upper section of the course. Oh, a little trouble there. She breaks over the upper onto the second pitch. Seti from Norway, 8th fastest at the intermediate. No mistake at the top of the pitch. If you're going to make a mistake, make the mistake there because you can get your momentum back. It's been clean for her onto the flats as she makes her way towards the finish. Caroline Jones from the University of Colorado on the upper section of the course. Jones, a transfer from the University of Vermont. Lower section for Jones as her teammate Emma Hammergaard getting ready to go up top. Emma Hammergaard, the Swede, University of Colorado, now on course. Hammergaard running a little bit of a low line, but it looks fast up on the upper section as Nellie Rose Talbot gets ready to go up top. And on course is Nellie Rose Talbot. Montana State. Attacking this upper section, the Bobcat. Such smooth skiing for Talbot. Just really nice flow and rhythm. She makes her way onto the lower pitch. 14th fastest at our intermediate timer. Talbot, some nice strong turns at the bottom of the pitch. That was nice for Talbot. Through that delay and onto the flats. I think this is a good run for the Montana State skier. So we go back to the top, and Elena Exenberger from the University of Colorado makes her way down the upper section. Talbot approaching the finish at any moment. Right now we're watching the University of Colorado. Exenberger onto the lower part of the all-out pitch. Talbot indeed moving into ninth. A good run for her. Now it's CU's time to shine. Galena in the finish with the lead at the moment. Can Exenberger join her at the top of the standings? The Austrian from CU approaching the finish. Next racer, Claire Timmerman, pushes off onto the upper section. Timmerman onto the middle flats. Looking fast for Timmerman, the Canadian, racing for the Utes. She had a good day yesterday. 7th fastest at the split. Timmerman feeling it on this all-out race hill. Getting bounced around there, but nice and fluid and relaxed is Timmerman. I think that is one of her strengths. One of the most relaxed skiers out on the hill today as Timmerman approaches the finish. Up top, we go to Ashley Campbell, the University of Colorado Buffalo, hailing from Canada. Campbell now onto the lower pitch. 12th fastest at the intermediate is Timmerman. Moves into the 8th position, so some women making the move here on this first run. Campbell 12th fastest at that intermediate. Strong skiing down here. It's got to be careful not to muscle those skis too strong into the snow as our conditions a little softer here this afternoon. A little warmer temperatures, not quite as cold overnight. Oh, and trouble up top for Ashley Alexander. And she is off course. It'll be a did not finish for the University of Alaska Anchorage Seawolf. Now in the start, this is Kat Cosby from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. The first year, this racer making a name for herself out here on the 5th circuit. Made a great move yesterday, finishing in 12th position. That moved her up into the seed on the RMISA standings. Even though she's not a collegiate skier, that great result got her into the top 30. Kat Cosby looking to take advantage of a little bit improved start position here. Tough work for these racers to move up through the standings. Their first year of FIS, they start at the end and have to gradually improve as they improve their ranks to a better start position. Kat's done it quickly with a great start to the season. Our top 3 in the finish at the moment. From the University of Colorado, Magdalena Luxak. Top spot, Sarah Rask from the University of Denver, currently in 2nd position, and just behind her, Justine Lamontagne. Currently in 3rd. Madison Hoffman, yesterday's race winner, not far behind in 4th. And Hannah Suthering, wearing that yellow leader bib, is in 5th. So we've got a course hold for another patrol crossing down there. Kat Cosby able to make some last-minute preparations in her mind as she tries to keep her body warm and ready for this first run here of giant slalom at the Spencer James Nelson Memorial. Had some great racing so far. Yesterday's RMISA qualifier giant slalom. It was Madison Hoffman from the University of Utah taking the win on the women's side. Mikkel Solbakken taking the win on the men's side. So the Utes 2 for 2 yesterday, but right today, the University of Denver Pioneers with the top spot in the men's race. All right. right, it sounds like we've got that crossing clear, and Kat Cosby is getting ready to go. Just a steady rise for Cosby this year on the Fifth Circuit. But now she's emerged. Now she's amongst these top 30 collegiate women. She continued to rise. Cosby is on course. Strong skiing up here. You would never know she's only 16 years old attacking this giant slalom course. As she approaches our lower section, Kat Cosby from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club, 13th fastest at the intermediate. Faster than half the racers that have gone down before her. Just smooth down here. No over edging for Cosby. She's fluid, letting it flow, letting it run. Good clean skiing for Cosby as she works into her tuck. And towards the finish line, Lily Sewell on course. Lily, a post-grad racer from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Sewell and Cosby, a great tandem right now. They've been competing a little bit on the NORAM circuit together, the young and the old. I know that when I got into my post-grad years, I loved being with the fast, younger racers. They really pushed me. And Lily Sewell is pushing hard up on the top. 6th fastest at the intermediate for Sewell. Can she keep it going? Oh, and that was a big mistake for Sewell. And she's off course. Tough break for Lily Sewell. She had a fast run going up there at the intermediate. Goes out, down at the delay on the lower section. Bryn Hitchcock now on course. So we go back to the top. Michelle Curvin from the University of Utah, our next racer to go. Curvin the Swede on course. A little low is Curvin, but maintaining her momentum well. University of Utah skier onto the lower pitch now. Curvin with elevation, but tight to the gates as she makes her way down the all-out pitch. Now she's onto the see-me portion of this race hill. Solid run for Curvin. Ella Bromey on course. The Swede from the University of Alaska, Anchorage. A good upper section for Bromey. Ella Snyder will be our next racer. Bromey with a fast intermediate time, 14th fastest. Apologize for our video issues, not able to provide the lower section of the course for Bromey as we watch Ella Snyder from Team Summit out of the start. Moving into faster intervals now. Snyder from Team Summit getting a little bit low at the end of the beach, across the flats, onto the lower pitch comes Snyder. Wide on those turns is Snyder, giving herself room. Trying to find a line where she can ski cleanly. Minimize friction with the snow. Ski a fast time. It's not always the shortest line that gets you to the finish line fastest. Clean skiing also at a premium. Nicole Wordley now on course. We lost Marcora there with our video. Oh, and Wordley. A mental error up at the top, and Wordley is off course. Sarah Steele will be our next competitor. Okay, we're back. Working to try to get the lower camera connected. This is Jessica Blackburn on course, racing for the University of Nevada, Reno. This course set by her coach, Cam Smith. Jonna Bruce hot on her tail. It's racing for Ski and Snowboard Club Vale as we're down to 30-second intervals. So pretty much just able to get this lower section. Hope this lower camera hangs in there for us. Bruce getting thrown wide there in that delay. A difficult spot for an error for Bruce because now the momentum is shot for the flat. She looks to get into her tuck and try to regain speed however she can. But that mistake just at an inopportune time for Bruce. Alyssa Hill from the University of Alaska Anchorage on course, the Canadian skier. On the lower section of All Out. Skiing for Hill. So go back up the hill and look to Catherine McKinney. And looks like some trouble above somewhere for Catherine. Got her teammate Althea Noyes in the start getting ready to go. On course, Althea Noyes from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. These FIS University races allow for up to 30 non-collegiate athletes to participate. A great opportunity for high school and postgraduate students to compete on the collegiate circuit with these collegiate athletes, see how they stack up, a chance for the collegiate coaches to watch the talent coming their way. And Althea Noyes, one of those athletes, very talented skier from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale, skiing a fine run down here. Noyes heads to the finish. Melanie Dahlberg, our next competitor on course, University of Utah racer from Sweden. Looking for a strong finish for her team. Dahlberg having to start back in the field. She'd love a strong run here. If she could move up into the top 30, she gets herself a clean course for that second run. As Dahlberg approaches the finish, here comes Emma Powers. Emma Powers, fun to watch, really skis aggressively, putting the hammer down. Dahlberg into 31st position. Unofficially at the moment, just outside of our flip 30. Powers from Park City. Again, attacking the course. This girl knows no gear other than full speed ahead. Powers approaching the finish. Abby Dembeck approaching the second pitch here of the all-out race hill. Here comes Dembeck from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Powers skis into 34th. Third fastest at our intermediate time. She gained a few spots down here on the lower section. Get herself a clean course for that second run. Dembeck giving it her all. She approaches the finish. Cleo Braun comes into view up above. Cleo Braun skiing for the University of Colorado. Maintaining a good high line coming off the pitch is Braun. Now into her tuck. See Colorado Buffalo approaching the finish. Just behind her, Dylan Gay. Dylan racing for the Park City Ski and Snowboard Club. Good aggressive skiing for Dylan. Showing some good shape to the turn. Getting pretty good depth in her turns. Tight on those pulls. An aggressive run for Gay. She was 21st fastest at the intermediate. She's got a crack at that top 30 flip. As we look to the finish line, we see Sophia Palmquist coming over the breakover, and Gay into the top 30 with the 27th fastest first run. A great run for the Park City skier. Sophia Palmquist from Team Summit on course. Her brother Camden scoring a top 10 today, I believe even a top 5, possibly at the World Junior Championships Slalom. Congratulations to Camden. Sophia skiing a nice run down to the finish. Stella Sherlock from Aspen now on course. Sherlock running the low line down here. Trying to let those skis run. Let gravity do the work. Sherlock, the junior racer from Aspen. Skied a nice run down towards the finish line. We look up the hill to Solveig Moritz. Solveig from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale talking about the World Junior Championships. Solveig's sister Liv had the fastest second run in the Junior World Championships in France today. In the giant slalom for the women. Finished in 11th overall, just outside the top 10 was Moritz. Solveig looking like a nice strong run for her. This is a good day to be a Moritz, ladies and gentlemen. As Solveig does a nice job. Elle Murphy now on course. Correction, Elle Murphy's up here in the start. Brief course hold before we send the University of Nevada, Reno skier. Got about 6 racers to go. In this women's first run, Magdalena Luxak from the University of Colorado in the lead. Elle Murphy from Ireland. Racing for the University of Nevada, Reno, pushing out of the start. A good, strong start for Murphy. She's on course. This course set by her coach, Cam Smith. Good, challenging course set. Lots of finishes. Nothing tricky, but it demands strong technical skiing. Murphy, 40th fastest through our intermediate timer. Getting a little bit wide as she comes onto the second pitch. Now she's got it on track. Those right-footed red gate turns are strong. On the blue side, she's a little bit wide. But now onto the flat, she's found her groove. Murphy from the University of Nevada, Reno, approaching the finish, Maya Andrews. Coming into view at the top, and I think potentially some trouble for Maya up there. We'll go back to the upper section of the course, and Maisie Douglas making her way down. Racer from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale past the coach's knoll and onto the lower section of All Out. 39th fastest at that intermediate time for Maisie, so she's moving up through the field. Can she keep it going down here on the lower section? Looks solid for Douglas. Into her tuck she goes. Comes out just a little bit down there. Julia Wordley now making her way down the course. Her sister Nicole having some trouble going out. Wordley attacking on the lower pitch of All Out. Wordley racing for the Loveland Ski Club. She has dual citizenship with the U.S. and Great Britain, representing Great Britain here in FIS international ski racing as Wordley approaches the finish. We go to the top. Just leaving the start, Camille Natter. Natter, another racer for the Loveland Ski Club on course. Natter doing a nice job across the beach section onto the lower pitch. Representing the Loveland Ski Club is Natter. A little bit of a stivet there on that red gate. She carves her way now through these final few turns off the pitch and onto the seamy flats. Natter into her tuck as she approaches the finish line. Final racer getting ready to go up top. That's Reese Harmon for Rocky Mountain College. Harmon with a high line. Across the beach section now, she moves into her tuck. And onto the lower pitch comes Harmon. Conditions really good here for these women. Our final racer in the field, Harmon, has a great track to ski. The sun coming out, improving visibility down here. Warm temperatures in the upper 30s. Reese Harmon's into her tuck. And approaching the finish goes Harmon. Wrap things up here at the Spencer James Nelson Memorial University of Colorado Invitational first run of giant slalom for the women. Magdalena Luxack from the University of Colorado holding the top spot by just over 0.3 of a second ahead of University of Denver's Sarah Rask. Justine LaMontagne just behind in third. Madison Hoffman, yesterday's race winner, in fourth. Hannah Sathering in fifth. That wraps up our first run. Our next run will kick off in about 1 hour, 2:15 Mountain Standard Time. Don't go far. We'll be right here in 1 hour for that second run. Hope you'll join us. Thanks for watching. Welcome, race fans. We are preparing for our final run for the women. We apologize for the delay. Temperatures into the 40s here in Steamboat. So the race jury made the decision to put some salt down on the snow. The salt works to melt and then freeze the top layer and makes the surface more firm, more fair, and hopefully better for the athletes here in this final run. So we'll be underway here shortly. We're letting that salt set, letting the snow really set up, and we'll be underway here in just a few minutes with our forerunners for this women's second run.
Well, you're good at that.
Joining us, we are Getting close to the start of the women's second run here in Steamboat Springs at the Spencer James Nelson Memorial. University of Colorado Invitational Giant Slalom. We delayed the second run start to allow the race crew to throw some salt. Temperatures warming up into the low 40s here
looks like it's not running any too
at Resort, so putting the salt down helps firm up the surface to make for a fairer race for the athletes. Racing conditions otherwise, the sun's come out, visibility is good. The west-facing all-out racing slope is a great hill to race in the afternoon. Jury felt the snow was getting a little bit too soft and decided to add the salt to the hill. It's going to be an exciting second run, just over 3 seconds separating our top 30. And we've seen quite a bit of movement on these second runs here so far. This University of Colorado Invitational event, hosted by the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club in conjunction with CU. Conditions like these, there can be some big movers. Although for all 4 races, or all 3 races so far in the books in the Giant Slalom, our first run race leader has gone on to win the race. Yesterday, it was 2 University of Utah racers finishing up top. Madison Hoffman winning for the women and Mikkel Solbakken winning for the men. And today, it was University of Denver's Cooper Cornelius winning the first run and then holding on to the lead to take today's men's giant slalom. That's a good sign for our current leader after the first run from the University of Colorado, Magdalena Lusak. Lusak put down the fastest run by just over 0.3 of a second. Sarah Rask in that second spot, and Justine LaMontagne just behind her in third. So I feel like we're getting close. Our jury members moving into their position after doing the work on the course with the salt. See our course referee, Chad Wolk, checking the condition of the course as he makes his way down to his position. Second run course set by University of Utah coach Mary Joyce. Her skiers looking to make a move here on the second run. The Utes have Madison Hoffman in fourth, with Kaya Norby and Claire Timmerman in 7th and 8th, respectively. So the Utes need to make a move. Chad checking things out. University of Colorado with the top spot. University of Denver in second. CU has 2 skiers in the top 10 with Lusak in first, Emma Hammergard in 9th. For DU, behind Rask, it's a long jump down to Nora Brand in 15th position. DU's women's team here a little short-handed with 2 skiers in Mia Hunt and Liv Moritz, both competing in France at the FIS Alpine Junior World Championships. Things are starting to move up here. And we've got a forerunner getting ready to go in the gate. Forerunners getting there. Awaiting the start command from our start officials. Forerunners will be checking the track. It'll be an opportunity for the race jury to see how the salt worked out on the track. Carson Simison, Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club, will be our first forerunner to go. Our first racer out of the gate will be Bryn Hitchcock. She was 30th fastest in that first run. It sounds like Carson's gotten the green light. He's awaiting the start clock to give him the 10-second countdown, and we'll be underway here with the second run for the women here at the Spencer James Nelson Memorial University of Colorado Invitational Giant Slalom. Carson Simison on course, our first forerunner. I believe we have 4 forerunners here for the women's second run. All skiers with the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club.
Do we need to bring these brushes down to home?
Again, this second run course set by University of Utah coach Mary Joyce. First chance to take a look at following a little different path. Just to the lookers right of that light tower. The second run course sets so far had all gone on the left side of that light tower. A little more straightforward here, the terrain a little bit more subtle going on this side of that lower light tower. Our second forerunner makes her way down the course. This is Molly McTeague. This forerunner's job is to put down a clean run, test the timing, prepare our course officials for the racers ahead. Make sure there are no issues with the course. Make sure there are no issues with timing. Talking to the forerunners before this run, they're having a great time out here. Such good snow, such great racing conditions. And this just a really fun hill to ski on. Kaylee Goforth getting a little bit low up there. Our third forerunner and our final forerunner now on course. This is Lachlan Brady. Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Future Colorado Buffalo? Let's wait and see. Lachlan, a junior at the Steamboat Mountain School. By the looks of things, excuse me, from our forerunners, looks like we've got a great course to greet our racers here in this women's second run. And we're going to kick things off with Bryn Hitchcock, the Montana State Bobcat, leading things off 30th fastest in that first run. Bryn looking to take advantage of these great course conditions, running first here in the second run. Can she make a move up through the field? Here, setting the pace. Out of the start. Bobcat on course, Bryn Hitchcock. That delay right off the upper pitch Onto the beach section now with the sun out. It feels like a beach out there. Temps in the 40s here at Steamboat. That's the flat section before they pass the coaches and come over the breakover here. Gradually breaks over. Now at this point, the hill gets steep. This is the steepest part of the hill for these 3-4 turns right in here. Then the delay gives the athletes some speed coming onto the flats. Hitchcock skiing well. Nice smooth run for Hitchcock. Into her tuck, Bryn Hitchcock from Montana State. As she approaches the finish, the University of Colorado skier from Austria, Elena Exenberger, takes over the hill. Hitchcock setting the pace down at the finish as Exenberger makes her way onto the lower pitch. Exenberger second fastest, about 2/10 off Hitchcock's pace at the intermediate time. Little higher line for Exenberger, putting a little extra shape to those turns. I think with the salt having gone down, that extra direction not necessary on this course for Exenberger. Has she charged enough? As we look to the time at the bottom, up top, it's Carlotta Marcora. Carlotta racing for Westminster College, the Italian. Exenberger into the lead. That clean skiing worked for her. She's into the top spot by 0.6 of a second. Marcara approaching the finish. And up top, it's Dylan Gay on course. Dylan, bib number 50 you see on the screen. She had a terrific first run, really putting the hammer down from Park City. As Marcora goes into the lead. Gay second fastest at the intermediate time up there. Keeping her elevation down here on this lower section. And that's a nice job through the transition for Gay. The junior racer skiing very well amongst the collegiate powerhouses here. Here's another collegiate powerhouse on course. Nicola Roundtree Williams from Colorado Mountain College. Roundtree Williams second fastest at the intermediate. As Gay crosses the line into second position, Marcora looks like she laid down a fast run, but this is good skiing for Roundtree Williams down here on this lower section. That's really smooth. Coming through the all-important transition off the pitch onto Simi. A good-looking run for Roundtree Williams as she approaches the finish line. Michelle Curvin on the upper section of the course. Michelle racing for the University of Utah. And Roundtree Williams into the lead at the bottom. Curvin, the Swede, the good high line coming down the steep part of the lower pitch of the all-out race hill. Curvin dropping into her tuck here on the lower section. And towards the finish goes the Ute. Ilva Tony Falksetti is on course up above. Across the flats to the lower pitch she goes. Curvin skiing into third is Falksetti. Attacking the lower part of the all-out race hill, Nicola Roundtree Williams from Colorado Mountain College, our leader at the finish. Falksetti. See her really inclining on those skis, trying to create extra edge angle. Stand strong against the ski. Falksetti approaching the finish. Elise Hitter on the upper section of the course. Now on to the lower pitch for Hitter. Falksetti into third. Hitter Fourth fastest at the intermediate, but that a costly mistake for the Westminster College racer. Into her tuck she goes, trying to regain that speed lost from the error just before the delay, coming off the all-out pitch. And another mistake for Hitter down below on the flats. And Hitter to the finish. Crossing into 7th position, those mistakes. A problem for Hitter. As we've got a brief course hold right now, do a little course work. It will be Julia Tintori, our next racer, to go out of the start. All right, the coursework down below is complete. And Giulia Tintori getting ready to go up top, the Italian from Westminster College. She'll be starting on the next interval. Our current leader at the finish, Nicola Roundtree Williams. Carlotta Maria Clara Marcora from Westminster College, currently in second. She's had the fastest second run down the hill so far. And on course, it's Tintori, the Italian, pushing her way onto this upper pitch of all out. Snow good and firm, a little firmer than the first run after salt was put down. Warm temperatures here in the early days of February. For some challenging conditions for our race crew, but they made the decision to put down the salt. Try to improve the track for these racers. Tintori with a solid run. Ansley Profit on course from the University of Alaska Anchorage. Profit, a former U.S. ski team member. Spent a year with Colorado Mountain College here in Steamboat. So she's very familiar with this hill. Profit looking to use that experience to hopefully take the lead from Nicola Roundtree Williams, currently at Colorado Mountain College. Profit into her tuck on the lower section. significant mistakes to speak of for Profit. As we go back to the top of the hill and Taya Kissel from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. Profit into third, Kissel onto the lower section of the all-out race hill. The steepest point of the course right here, and Kissel making some good, clean, strong turns, but getting a little bit tight on that red gate coming into the delay. It throws her wide and sideways for a moment is Kissel. It's a costly place for an error because the momentum's so critical from that pitch onto this flat section. Kissel held her momentum well, but the mistake, no doubt, will have some impact on her time. Still, she moves into the lead. The Aspen skier has been skiing well this year, and that's a great move from the 36 star position for Kissel. Ella Brahmi from Sweden, racing for the University of Alaska Anchorage on course right now. Brahmi 5th fastest at the intermediate. A good solid run up top for Brahmi. She's really attacking down here. You see the direct line for the Seawolf. Into her tuck and approaching the finish is Brahmi as we go back to the top in the University of Colorado's Denise Dingsletter on course. Denise putting the hammer down up there, running an aggressive low line as Dingsletter. Brahmi moves into the lead at the finish with the fastest second run as Dingsletter makes her way now onto the steep technical section of the lower pitch of all out. Dingsletter the fastest on the top split. She really attacked that upper section. I feel like she skied the second pitch a little safer, and now she's getting after it on the flats. So we'll see how this tactical approach plays out for the buff. As she approaches the finish, we go to the top, and Lana Zabaznik, the Croatian for Montana State, across the upper flats and onto the lower section. Dingsletter moves into the lead with the fastest second run. Zabaznik's 7th fastest at the intermediate. So she's got some time to make up now on Dingsletter, who has just set the pace down below. Zabaznik, smooth, flowy skier down here from Montana State into her tuck now, charging towards the finish. She got the memo, it sounds like, really charging on the bottom section. She goes to the finish. Zabaznik, it's not enough for the lead. She moves into 5th position. So course hold down at the bottom right now for a crossing as we look at the top 3 racers at the finish. 14 skiers have gone. It's Denise Dingsletter from the University of Colorado in the lead by about 0.3 of a second over Ella Brahmi from the University of Alaska Anchorage, and junior skier Tia Kissel from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club currently in 3rd place. Track looking like it's holding up nicely. The salting appears to have taken. Putting down some good looking skiing here on the slopes of All Out here at Steamboat Ski Resort. So as Kat Cosby awaits the start, talk about that men's race this morning. DU taking the top 2 spots, with Cooper Cornelius getting the win. Trey Seymour, the Steamboat local, finishing in 2nd. Leon Nikic finishing in 3rd. I bet that's going to be enough for him to keep the GS leader bib in the RMISA standings. And then a tie for fourth for two buffs.
I don't know what's going on with them. I got to go on this for a couple years old. Now Daniel
So we got a
momentarily.
couple minutes more to this course hold as Kat Cosby gets ready to go up top. Make sure you join us tomorrow for the slalom. I'm going to see a weather change according to the forecast for tomorrow. Quite a bit of snow expected for most all of Colorado tomorrow. Steamboat no exception. We could be measuring the snow in feet.
Start copies, we'll start on next interval.
So a little different look tomorrow when you join us for the slalom with snow in the background. But we're going to enjoy the sunshine right now as Katarina Cosby gets ready to go for her run. Kat, some impressive skiing here in these FISU races as she gets the 10-second countdown up top. Cosby from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club pushes out of the start, and Cosby's on course. The first-year FIS racer, 16 years young, attacking this giant slalom course. She does not ski like one of the youngest skiers in the field. That is for certain. She's been absolutely on fire this season since earning that FIS license. So impressed with what she's done so far this year. Fifth fastest at the intermediate for Cosby, so she's on pace. Ingsletter set a high standard down there at the finish, though. Will it be enough for Cosby? A smooth skier. She's always so clean with a nice touch on her edges. Cosby approaching the finish. To the start. We look for Nora Brand. 15th after the first run for Nora. She makes her way onto the lower pitch. Cosby into second position at the finish. Brand from DU. The Pios need a strong finish here from Brand. Sarah Rask in good position after the first run. She needs a compatriot. Up near the top of the standings, can Nora Brand put down a fast one? As Brand approaches the finish, we go back up the hill to pick up the University of Colorado Buffalo, Julia Toivonen. Toivonen 2 needed to raise her standings, try to get into that top 10 as Brand moves into fourth. Toivonen 10th fastest at the intermediate. Can she pick some time back up here on the lower section? Her teammate Denise Dingsletter in the lead at the bottom. Can we get another Buffalo into the top spot? Here comes Toivonen approaching the finish. And Toivonen, as we look for the time, her teammate Caroline Jones now on course up above. Toivonen into fourth, Jones onto the lower pitch of the all-out race hill. Jones 8th fastest at that intermediate time. A high line for Jones down here as she tries to keep her elevation, and now she lets him run. Very clear the tactical strategy for Jones as we saw her keep the elevation on the pitch and now let him run. You saw the body language change as she hit the flats. Now we go back up to her teammate Ashley Campbell on the upper section of the all-out race hill. Jones into ninth. Campbell from Canada now on course. Buffaloes everywhere on the race hill here in Steamboat Springs.
1-3 on that.
Campbell fourth fastest at that upper split. That's a good sign for CU. Carrying some speed is Campbell, and no mistakes down here on the lower section. Could this be the run that unseats her teammate Denise Dingsletter at the finish as Vika Zatseva approaches the coach's knoll in pick point section? Campbell into 7th. Here comes Vika Zatseva, 7th fastest at the intermediate. Zatseva from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale, another 16-year-old who's got some serious wheels out on the slopes. Zatseva, that was a nice section right there for the first-year FIS racer from Vale. Zatseva, is it going to be a junior that unseats the veteran Dingsletter at the top spot? Nellie Rose Talbot now on course. Nellie Rose with a great first run, racing for Montana State. The Bobcat, a good clean run up top. Zatseva moves into 6th. Is there some deterioration down on the lower section of the course? Or is it just that Dingsletter skied an amazing run down there? Holding on to the lead for some time is Talbot now, the Bobcat, looking to make a lead change. She was off the pace at our intermediate time. She's really attacking down here, though. Talbot approaching the finish as Emma Hammergard makes her way onto the flat section in the middle of the all-out race hill. It's across the line into 11th for Talbot. Emma Hammergard making her way down the lower pitch. University of Colorado is in the lead at the bottom. Will we see another lead change? Either way, it's going to be Colorado in the lead after this run. Hammergard registered the fastest split time up above, so we know that she's got some speed. No mistakes to speak of on the bottom. Are we going to have a new leader as Hammergard makes her way to the finish? It's Timmerman from Utah up top, and we've got a new leader. Emma Hammergard has taken over that top spot. Claire Timmerman now from the University of Utah on course, and Timmerman with the fastest intermediate time. Oh, we've moved up to a new gear now. Timmerman with the light touch, the Canadian skier. Her feel for the snow is impeccable as Timmerman drops into the tuck, approaches the finish. This has been a good run. Back to the top now, Kaya Norby, another University of Utah Ute. Norby onto the lower pitch. Timmerman dropping into 4th. Norby 4th fastest at our intermediate. So she's in touch, but Hammergard really putting the hammer down. Norby's going to need to give it everything she has to overtake the Buffalo in that top spot. Norby. It's a good looking run down here. Is the speed there? Norby approaches the finish. Evelina Fredrickson from Westminster College up top. Across the line, it's Norby into the top spot. Kaya Norby has taken over the lead for the University. Westminster College, Evelina Fredrickson. Now on course, Fredrickson. A little bit off the pace up there at the intermediate. So the lower part of the course has got to be perfect for Fredrickson as she moves into her tuck. Fredrickson approaches the finish. The yellow leader bib on Hannah Sathering is on course. Sathering 5th fastest in that first run. Across the line comes Fredrickson into 6th. Sathering from Norway. Onto the lower section, 11th fastest for Sathering at the intermediate. This is good looking skiing down here though. This is skiing worthy of the yellow leader bib, no doubt. Sathering putting the hammer down, but oh, she was letting it run so much, carried so much speed. Got a little bit low in there and made a mistake in an unfortunate spot there on the flats. That will cost her some. But she had some real speed going into that section before she made the mistake. Looks like it did cost her a bit as she slips into 3rd. Madison Hoffman now on course, yesterday's race winner. The Australian skier competing for the University of Utah and Hoffman, the fastest intermediate time. We've got a fast run on the hill right now, ladies and gentlemen. Hoffman, can she keep it clean towards the finish? If she can, I think this is going to be our new leader. Hoffman into her tuck on the lower section. No mistakes, and she skied well on this course set by her coach, Mary Joyce. Hoffman going to the line. Justine LaMontagne on the upper section. And Hoffman into the lead at the bottom by a wide margin. Madison Hoffman has blown this race apart down there, ladies and gentlemen, as LaMontagne makes her way down from Montana State, 14th fastest at the intermediate. Losing time is LaMontagne down here, getting bounced around a little bit. As the terrain gets bumpy, the salted snow, as it starts to get bumpy, becomes very difficult. Some of the bumps emerging right now. Sarah Rask on course for the University of Denver. Sarah second fastest in that first run as LaMontagne crosses into second position. Rask third fastest at the intermediate. So it's in touch for Rask. But Hoffman was on fire down here, top to bottom. It's going to take everything that the Swede has to move into that top spot, held by Madison Hoffman. This is a good run from Rask as she moves into her tuck. It looks good as she approaches the finish. I'm not sure if it'll be enough, but it's going to be close as Magdalena Lusak, our first run race leader from the University of Colorado, takes over the hill. Past the coach's knoll and onto the lower section comes Lusak. Rask into second position. All eyes on the University of Colorado Buffalo, and Lusak with the fastest intermediate time, but getting thrown wide there. That was a substantial mistake for Lusak. She had some cushion over Hoffman after the first run, but did she lose it in that section? Lusak, a veteran skier. She's got World Cup points to her name this season, so we know that she can do it, and she's got the speed. As we look to the time for Lusak as she crosses at the finish. And Lusak moving into the top spot. The University of Colorado Buffaloes appear to have their first Alpine victory here in the Spencer James Nelson Memorial University of Colorado Invitational. What a gutsy run for Lusak. By 0.04 of a second, she has the lead over Hoffman. Carmen Sophie Nielsen from the University of Alaska Anchorage, getting a little twisted and sideways down there, back into her tuck to gain some speed. Wow, what an exciting way to wrap up. That first run back to the bottom. Here's Melanie Dahlberg from the University of Utah, the Swede. Moving into 30-second intervals here. So no time to rest. And we need some rest. After that first run, it was amazing. 0.1 of a second separating the top three skiers. Stack, Hoffman, Rask. In our top three down below is Sarah Steele. Big mistake down there coming onto the flats. It's an unfortunate break for the Park City athlete. She's back on track now, making her way towards the finish, and Jessica Blackburn, our next competitor, onto the lower pitch of the all-out race hill. Blackburn racing for the University of Nevada, Reno. Blackburn, full attack down here. A little bit in the back seat, but I love the attacking and aggression shown by the Nevada Reno skier Emma Powers, our next racer on the lower section. Powers from the Park City Ski and Snowboard Club. This is only the fourth race run I've seen Emma Powers take, and I'm already a fan. Tough break, always attacking his powers and always fighting and willing to take that risk, and sometimes that's going to happen. But I see a lot of athleticism, impressed that she stayed in the course, and Emma Powers got a good future ahead of her. Singaustad Finnlog on course right now from Rocky Mountain College, the Norwegian on the lower section, dancing through those GS gates down here. Nice balance over her skis. Nice rhythm from ski to ski as she drops into her tuck. Beautiful tempo and good skiing for a Vinlog. Hilda Iron Sato on course. And Sato, another Rocky Mountain College skier from Norway, makes her way through the lower section. Towards the finish comes Sato as we move back to the top to catch Ella Snyder's run. Ella will start while we do a little bit of course repair. So we take a look at the top 10 standings right now. 3 Utes in the top 10, led by Madison Hoffman in 3rd, Kaya Norby in 5th, Claire Timmerman in 10th. University of Colorado, though, with 3 in the top 10 as well, with the race leader Magdalena Lusak in 1st. Emma Hammergard making the big move up into 6th position, and Denise Dingsletter from 18th to 8th. So 3 from Utah, 3 from CU in that top 10. How about a shout out to Steamboat's Kat Cosby, finishing in 9th place amongst the strong collegiate field. What a race for the first-year racer from Steamboat. Ella Snyder now on course. Ella from Team Summit. Ella running the low line onto the flats there, trying to let those skis run. Conditions very good with the warmer temperatures, even with the salt, the snow a little bit soft. So she wants to make sure that she doesn't overpressure the ski. Ella Snyder onto the lower section. And Phoebe Hayden on the upper section. Phoebe from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale, the Aussie. Skiing well up top. Phoebe now onto the lower pitch. Hayden 31st at the intermediate time, so a fast run up top for Phoebe, but getting a little bit low on the bottom steep part of that all-out pitch. That's the most technical section right there. And now critical to maintain the speed, and Phoebe getting crunched and pushed off course. It'll be a DNF for Hayden. Althea Noyes now on course. Noyes from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Oh, and getting wide is Noyes. And she's off course. So we're going to go back to the top. Watch the run of the University of Denver's Jose Trueblood. Past the coaches. Onto the lower pitch now. Trueblood looking to find that speed that she knows she has into her tuck through that quick little section right in there. Now you've got to set up these turns on the flats, and Trueblood has done it well. That was some smart tactical skiing from Trueblood, the Denver University pioneer, making her way towards the finish as she grabs her tuck. We look back up the hill for Alyssa Hill, racing for the University of Alaska Anchorage from Canada. Hill, a Canadian, Oh, and Hill goes off course. That section giving the skiers some problems right now. Stella Sherlock coming into view now on the lower section from Aspen. .38 at the intermediate for Sherlock. Aspen skier shaping these turns here as the course gets turnier right as they hit the flats right in that section. Sherlock has managed it well. Into her tuck and to the bottom she goes. Abby Dembeck, our next competitor on course. Abby from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. 36 fastest at the intermediate, but too fast to handle that delay down there, and Dembeck is out. Solveig Moritz on course. Solveig had herself a nice first run. Watch Moritz onto the lower pitch. 42nd fastest at the intermediate for the young racer from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Her older sister, Liv, a University of Denver pioneer, not racing today because she's at the World Junior Championships where she put down the fastest second run of the day in the giant slalom. Man, it would have been fun to see her on the slopes here, but excited for the opportunity that she had at World Juniors. Sophia Palmquist now on course. On Palmquist getting thrown wide. 2 skiers in a row with siblings at the World Junior Championships. Wow, what a coincidence. Camden today finishing in the top 10 for the men, and Palmquist going out down below. Tough break for Palmquist. Course right now from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail.
We're down to our last 5 racers. Are there any requests for reruns?
Douglas skiing well. Good smooth skiing down here for the Vail skier. 42nd fastest, the intermediate. Oh, and there is something going on there. The skier's having all kinds of trouble in that transition. Out goes Douglas. Can Tiana Bruce master that tricky section? Tiana, one of the best technical skiers on the hill. Had a good first run going, a few mistakes at the bottom, cost her some time. But this is good looking skiing on the second run for Bruce. Bump there on that blue gate, I can see it now. Bumped Tiana a little bit low. But again, Bruce, always in good balance, managed it well and got through that section. As she approaches the finish, Cleo Braun will be next. Cleo from the University of Colorado on course. Bruce making a move up on that second run. Well done for the Vail skier. Braun getting pushed low in that same spot that's been confounding the girls at this point. She goes outwardly on. Julia from the Loveland Ski Club, representing Great Britain. See her in the Great Britain suit. She makes her way onto the lower section. Julia Wordley. This is the critical gate right there. You see the ski bounce out. That's the bump that's caused everybody difficulty. Something that you've got to set up. See if the coaches are getting the word up there. No longer can you follow the tracks through that turn. It'll require a little bit higher line to get through that bump without getting thrown low and off course. Elle Murphy from the University of Nevada, Reno, taking her shot at it. She approaches the critical right-footed turn right there, and Elle doing nicely through that difficult section. The UNR racer into her tuck and approaching the bottom. Well done for the UNR racer. And out of the start, this is bib number 58, Camille Natter from the Loveland Ski Club. Natter All right, Natter making her way onto the lower pitch.
We probably have time. Let's just time it because we after this.
And Natter,
Can see when they break over on that upper pitch here.
good solid run. Going for Natter onto the lower section. Our final racer getting ready to go up top. Here comes Camille Natter. Oh, and out goes Natter. Back to the top, our final racer. It's going to be Reese Harmon from Rocky Mountain College, and Reese on course. Wrapping things up here is Reese Harmon from Rocky Mountain College. Off the upper pitch onto the middle flat section that we call the beach. She takes it over the knoll past the coaches. And onto the lower section comes Harmon. Racing for Rocky Mountain College. Wrapping things up here for the giant slalom at the Spencer James Nelson Memorial, University of Colorado Invitational. Harmon into her tuck, a nice section right there for the Rocky Mountain College racer. On a little bobble right before that critical blue gate, and she's out. That'll wrap up our giant slalom race here for the University of Colorado Invitational. Congratulations to the University of Colorado and Magdalena Lusak, our unofficial leader at the finish by 0.04 of a second over Madison Hoffman. So flipping the result from yesterday amongst those top two, Sarah Rask from the University of Denver finishing in third. We'll be back tomorrow for slalom racing on the slopes of Howelson Hill. Stay tuned for the schedule. Our plan is an afternoon race and a night run, but with the weather forecast, stay tuned in case we see any changes. You can log into our YouTube page or our webpage at sswsc.org/events/CU Invitational for an update on our race schedule for tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in today. A great day of racing for Giant Slalom, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.